What a most auspicious occasion. Missile Guy is here to present Ceratopipra erythrocephala as the matter for today. Evanbal Gold Blood Orb.
Let's go with a straight on the nose even 7. Yep. 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 That's what we're doing. Thanks, Dr. Bitsaduria. What's up, dude? What's going on, guys? Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for a very special day. That's right. It is indeed a very special day, as it is, of course, mystical character in Ancient Rune Day. Yep. We gotta do some art, man, for some mystical characters and some ancient ruins. I want to do a bunch of Horizon concept art if I can today, as well as you see, I have a very interesting commission that I'm going to be working on a little bit on stream. Obviously nothing too serious, nothing, you know, we're not going to go deep into it, but somebody asked me a while ago to draw something very, very similar to an Astral Knight. Now, with Astral Knights, there's a certain quality, a certain effect, you might say. Astral Knights have a certain, I don't want to say broodiness. I don't want to ever make them seem like they are dramatically overly broody. But I think there's an expectation. And so this current project that we have to maybe decipher a little bit is more or less what happens if you take an Astral Knight and shove them straight into a little bit of a sci-fi setting. So it's been a while, man, but we're gonna be doing some mystical character art for a commission for Mr. Pixel, as well as I think I'm gonna do some warm-ups today and do some ancient ruins as well, because I was thinking about it, the adventure concept art yesterday. I was out for a walk with Ella, and we were taking Yuna out into the forest. So obviously I had my senses keen, awaiting the attack of some sort of savage Canadian beast or an owl. And in my ponderances, I realized that I need to start doing more concept art on stream. I need to start doing more conceptual development and separating the idea that the work that I do on stream is all 100% Eldarin canon, which I think is my problem, my fault, my issue, my creation, let's just say. Because of course it's obvious to a conceptual developer that nothing you do is set in stone until the day you say it's set in stone. But yet, there is a certain tendency, I think, to make it seem as if you are doing full end game product art for everything you do on stream. And I want to kind of divert that and go back to a little bit of an older school style of stream now and then, where we just do some concept art, make some ideas up, and see what sticks. So there's going to be some Astral Knight development in there, some Horizon development, because I am finally willing to accept my role as Monolith enjoyer. Yep. They've been very, you know, they've been very generous. I feel like the internet, with their accusations of ring enjoyer, but I think that I'm going to expand out. To show the world, to show the internet that I too am not just a ring enjoyer, but a giant stone structure of any shape. There's something about it. I don't know. Maybe it's just a bit of a meme, but I've thought deeply about my love for giant monoliths and stone statues and things like that, and I think there's something inherently unfantasy about them, which is why I like them in fantasy. And I wonder what kind of ideas also fit into the fantasy bracket like that. Fantasy ideas that seem really compelling because they are in essence unfantasy, sort of like space, you know? A lot of space magic, a lot of it's like Spelljammer. I know people love Spelljammer. I'm not a big fan of Spelljammer in that I haven't played any of the new Spelljammer, so I don't know what to think or feel about it. But I will say that old Spelljammer stuff I was never particularly interested in, because it always felt like it kind of lazily coasted the border between science fiction and fantasy, and not really intuitively or interestingly did that. So maybe there's some room there to do some investigations as to the Spelljammeritude of, you know, good fantasy art. Either way, today's gonna be a fun day, because I'm going to try and do a little bit of design on that character, as well as some ruin sketches, and we'll see if we can arrive at maybe some kind of a understanding, let's just say, with what it is we like about science fiction ideas and fantasies, and which ones stick and which ones don't, because it's dangerous to talk about those kind of ideas in stream, right? We've all seen me talk about an idea, you know, a fantasy idea or a science fiction idea that it's applicable to fantasy, and we've all seen somebody lose their mind in chat over the idea of, you know, overthinking or underthinking your sacred fantasy science fiction mergers. But we're gonna be brave. Be brave nonetheless today. We're gonna do it. We're gonna risk the extreme cancellations that come with it. Spelljammer has Luigi the Beholder. It's great. See, I don't know if that's a meme or not. You could tell me Spelljammer has a beholder named Luigi, and I wouldn't know if you're like bullshitting or not, because I don't get involved with that shit, man. I don't know what's going on with Spelljammer. I know people are excited about it, and then I know people are mad about it, and I don't know why they're excited or mad about Spelljammer. And all I can do is try and infer it from the well, from what you guys tell me in chat, I guess, you know. Bold of you to assume chat can think. Damn, maybe you're right about that, Cass. Shit. I have seen the kind of memes you guys come up with, and I'll admit, it's been a little lacking recently. Yep, we've been in a bit of a meme drought. God, it's okay. You know, we'll get back on, we'll till the fields, we'll water them, we'll plant new memes and see what you guys can grow, so. We wanted to eat dice yesterday. That is a good point. I should lower my expectations immediately after the dice eating conversation. Even the best of us succumb to that. So chat wanting to eat dice isn't uncommon. It should be, though. You know, you'd think that chat and the consumption of resin dice should be not something that I have to tell you guys, with like a warning label not to do. That actually, you know, maybe some of you haven't heard this story, but that actually happened at a convention. At the first convention Ella ever went to, is somebody approached her table, and like right as it entered, like this person worked for a different, like they were there as a vendor, so they had a vendor badge, and the convention had just opened like 5 minutes or whatever, and so they were wandering around before it got busy, and they came up to the table and they picked up one of the dice and put that in their mouth and looked disappointed and were like, ugh, this isn't candy, and put it back in the dice box with the rest of the set and walked away disappointed and angry. Arriving at two questions. The main question is, one, why would you assume it's candy? And the second question, which might be a little more subtle, is if a vendor had a whole bunch of candy out on their table that they were selling, what would possess you to go eat one? I can't wait to do one convention a year. I don't have many weaknesses, but squishy dice is one of them. Apparently, Maggie, this is new information to me and the rest of chat, I guess, that you guys had no idea that you had a thing for squishy dice. So, what's up, Thorkin? What is good, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so, I mean, look, conventions are fun, they're fine, but you do get the spectrum of people, right? You get the spectrum of people. What I don't, like, I want to sort of analyze the convention goer subculture, because I'm very curious by it. There's a whole subculture of people that I would consider somewhat like, and I mean this affectionately, not in a rude way. If you take it in a rude way, listen, you clearly don't have enough love for them. But I'd say convention culture reminds me very much of carny culture. All right. I've known some people in that sort of subculture, that Americana, you know, culture of the carnival folk, which is very interesting. It's a very interesting kind of like, I've heard them describe themselves as vagrant vagabonds, deviants, modern nomads, all sorts of things. And I see a lot of crossover with convention culture. There's a lot of people who live, eat, and breathe conventions. They go to conventions as a vendor, make no profit for the weekend, but they're just happy to have paid back the expenses for the weekend. And they'll go and do the after parties, and they'll go and do the, you know, the big gatherings and the vendor meetings and whatnot and all that kind of shit. And Ella and I are always invited to them. And somebody actually, you know, who was deep in that and trying to sort of like coerce Ella and I into the convention culture. They're like, hey, you guys are coming to the vendor brunch, right? Or no, sorry. First it was the vendor mixer. That's what it was. They used the word mixer. I don't think we used the word mixer since 2004. But anyway, they used the word. They said the vendor mixer is on Thursday night before the convention on Friday. Are you guys coming? We're like, oh man, you know, no, probably not. We're gonna be, you know, moving. Like, we're trying to be polite. The answer is fuck no. But we're trying to be polite, so you make up some sort of bullshit excuse, as you do, and you're trying to blow someone off politely, and you're like, no, you know, sorry, we're just really busy. You know, we have to drive in and then set up, and then we've got a couple things we need to do, some errands around the city, and then we're probably just gonna like grab food and crash at our room and try to reserve our energy for the weekend. To which the person said, oh, well, there's nothing that a couple of cans of Monster a day can't fix. And I know that apparently a lot of vendors, a lot of these people in this convention subculture, they just chug energy drinks like it's natural. They'll drink 2 to 4 Monsters a day, as if to say that's normal. So that's one thing. But then they said the next day, they're like, oh, hey, well, before the convention on Saturday, are you coming to the vendor brunch or breakfast or whatever? And we're like, I didn't know there was a vendor breakfast. Where is it? Expecting them to say somewhere at like some small like pub or whatever, because there's a lot of like after parties at pubs downtown that we always say, oh well, you know, we don't want to drive that far. So I was expecting it to be some small breakfast spot in the city where I could blow it off and be like, no, it's fine, you know, I don't really want to travel. To which I would say, I said, where is it? And they said, oh, it's actually here. They get it kind of, they bring in some catering and whatnot, and it's actually the convention. You just got to arrive an hour and a half earlier. So I had to quickly think about what excuse I wanted to level for that day. Again, you know, resting on the tiredness, and said, oh, well, you know, the early mornings are a bit tough. Obviously, you know, since I'm not really a caffeine person, I try and reserve my energy for the conventions, you know, because I can't just monster it away, right? You know, heart problems. I don't have heart problems, but when you say heart problems, people who push caffeine on you tend to back off real quick. They're like, oh, okay, my bad. So great, you know. Again, with the after parties, they say, finally, okay, so you didn't come to the mixer, you didn't come to the brunch, you have to come to the after party then, right? To which we said again, oh, sorry, you know, we don't stay an extra night because I got to get back to work. So after the convention ends at 6, we got to be home. We got to be driving home. We got to pick up our little dog by like 11 or midnight from my dad's. So no, sorry, dude, we got to go. And they said, well, how are you ever going to get to know all of the amazing vendors? And here's the crux of it. Here was the question that made me realize the disconnect in the cultures, where I was essentially applying precisely 0 value to getting to know the vendors. And they were establishing all the value to that. And I broke character very briefly. I said, yeah, no, I'd love to, but like, I mean, y'all are very tight knit. What's the whole, I guess, what's it like? Basically, I'm trying to say, why should I give a shit? Like, what's it like being in the vendor circle? I said, oh, let me tell you why you want to be in it. I'm like, perfect. You understand what I'm meaning? He said, because then you can go to Airbnbs and share them with other vendors when you go to convention towns. You can go to all the secret parties, like the artist party. Dude, the artist party gets wild. I don't know where they get their stuff, but they get some crazy stuff up in here at Edmonton. I'm like, I don't want to ask what stuff that is. So there's a whole subculture to the convention vendors and convention goers that I have no idea what's going on there, and I've got just barely glimpses into it. But I don't know, they're a bit of a strange bunch. I like them because I like how kind of like weird they are in like a cool way. But yeah, I think this is going to be a healthy distance that needs to be established, or else one gets maybe sucked into that. What's up, Bylong? I feel like there's at least there's less hard drugs in con culture. Knowing how many hard drugs there are in convention like vendor culture, I'd still say yes, unfortunately. So what's up, Steve? Or what's up, Evie? Good to see you. I was gonna say Stevie. What's up, Evie? Sorry, my DM killed the coolest cleric I've met, so I spent early morning grieving that loss. Yeah, I do have 2 videos ready to go, Ashy. One about my character, Endrick, because I edited 2 yesterday. I don't know why. I just wanted to get ahead of it. The whole daily editing of videos thing is starting to really fucking kill me. And I'm going to start trying to edit all my videos on the weekend, maybe, or at least edit a couple days ahead if I have the ideas and the art and the stomach to do it. So I made a video. My video for Thursday, for tomorrow, will be me complaining about Brother Ulnar's untimely demise. So I guess look forward to that, because I would post it tonight, but I have to like stagger them. So I'm posting my one about my Endrick art today and then my Brother Ulnar art tomorrow. So yeah, I don't know about that. But explain because Carnival in the Caribbean is much different. Oh, like carny culture. I don't know. They're kind of like, I don't know what it's like in the Caribbean, but these like traveling shows of any kind are just very strange. They attract a kind of a very interesting kind of person. That's the kind of person that doesn't want to settle down in any one location for any too amount of time. People who are generally fairly outgoing and easy to meet people, easy to keep, you know, or make social connections, and then are okay with them kind of fading very quickly. Like, just a quantity of people they meet is like very important, from what I gather. But it's very interesting. But yeah, the convention sort of crowd is also very unique as far as that goes, I think, in that kind of vein. Very interesting people. A lot of people are there just kind of small people vendors wanting to you know, make a couple of bucks doing their craft or whatever. But a lot of them are there like to like partake in this like gathering event every so often. And I do like the idea of con goers. I think the con goers as an attendee are a lot more healthy than a lot of the con vendors in that kind of subculture, because the heavy con goers tend to have friend groups, and you go and you enjoy the event with the understanding that there's no money to be made. The one thing I will say about the vendors is that there is this then sense of definitely like, we're all here to try and make some money, which is fine. Look, I'm not, you know, going to shame anyone for that, but it is a little strange when that's the key core thing that you're doing at a convention. And honestly, the limit or the roof for that sort of amount of profit per weekend is a lot lower than a lot of people would think. Not a lot of people do as well as Ella does at conventions. So I'm even a cosplayer, Alphonse Elric from Full Metal Alchemist, with the title, "The cosplayer must have cost an arm and a leg, and now feel like going to anime conventions somewhere just to use that as a joke." Sure. I mean, you know, cosplayers are great. The cosplaying community is this entire other subculture of congoers that I think is very interesting. It's like a subculture of a subculture, and it's very cool. The cosplayers, to me, I think are maybe one of the most interesting subcultures, because they go to conventions to show off, display some creation. So it's pretty cool, you know? They got contests and competitions and whatever, and it's pretty rad. When I was going to BlizzCon every single year, which I know is not your typical convention, the cosplay competition was really cool. So there'd be cosplayers that you get to know who were like, you know, one character last year, and you're like, oh my god, that was so dope, and they got like third in the cosplay competition or whatever. And then, you know, they're here to this year as a different character, and they always do really cool stuff. But it's not just and it's more focused too at BlizzCons, or it was back when BlizzCon was a thing, because it wasn't just random characters. Because you could not be interested in a great deal of nerd culture. You could have a person that does a really cool cosplay of, you know, a character from your favorite Genshin game, whatever, your favorite gacha game, cosplay your favorite character from your favorite gacha game. You're like, that's so cool. And then the next convention, they're playing like, or they're cosplaying as like a character from the Avengers, and you're like, I don't give a fuck about that. But at BlizzCon, I was always very focused because generally most people at BlizzCon were fans of basically everything at BlizzCon, and everyone's like cosplay was focused to that. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty rad to see that for those events, and I even got like the little itch in my gut, you know, just a small back of the brain murmur to to want to do some cosplay stuff. But I don't know. I don't think it'd ever really work out. I missed my cosplay years in my 20s, so that never happened, unfortunately. But I always kind of wanted to, you know. It's a very watered down version, but imagine lots of Soka and dance hall. I don't know what Soka is, but I think I understand what it's like. Just music festival type things. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know. What's up, Glitch? Do you want to see? Do you want the painting and stream topics? Sure. Why not? Fuck it. I mean, we have 2 art channels. If you'd rather post in one of those 2 art channels. So I don't know. You're never too old to cosplay. You are never too old to cosplay. Correct. You are never too old to cosplay. However, if you think you're too old to cosplay, you're too old to cosplay. That's a fair assessment. I've started, you know, because I had to really reconcile with this, where I would say to somebody, oh man, yeah, that like, I don't know, that Cloud Strife cosplay is like really cool. I kind of wish I could do that. And then they'd be like, oh, but Evan, you can cosplay as Cloud Strife. Anyone can cosplay as Cloud Strife. And I'd say something along. I had this conversation at Otafest one year, which is an anime convention in Calgary. And I said, yeah, but I'm like not really jacked. I don't have like the musculature of Cloud, and I'm pretty fat, so I don't really want to do that. And they're like, whoa, hey man, cosplay lets every body type, every size, every shape, every kind of person cosplay. And I was like, absolutely, that's fair. And they're like, so are you saying that you don't think that oversized cosplayers are valid? To which I kind of got caught up, because of course I don't think that. Of course I think you can cosplay no matter how, you know, no matter what age, body size, gender, whatever, man. You can cosplay any character. It's about the fun of the event. Me personally, I don't want to be a fat Cloud, nor do I want to be an old ass Genshin character. So no, I was too fat, still am too fat, and am currently too old to cosplay for my own gauge for myself, metric, whatever. I don't know. Do I judge anyone else for being at my age and cosplaying Genshin characters? Absolutely not. I think that's fucking rad. Go out there and do you, and I'll admire it from the crowd cheering your name for being one of the brave and bold and amazing cosplayers out there. Could I take myself seriously cosplaying? Likely not, unless I was cosplaying an older character that I felt like I could fit into, you know. Like, World of Warcraft characters are definitely good for that, because you can, dude, everyone in World of Warcraft is like 45. So there you go. I'm not old enough to cosplay some characters, but, you know. Do I want to cosplay some, you know, 17-year-old JRPG protagonist? No, I'm good. I've finally been able to kind of like separate those things, like my general consensus on the rules of cosplay with my own standards that I'll hold for myself. So yes, I agree with the idea that you're never too old to cosplay, but I definitely think I'm too old to cosplay, and that's valid, and I'm allowed to think that for myself. We love to cosplay in this household. That's shit. That shit, Rick. That's awesome. That's cool. If that's like a thing you do as a household, that's pretty rad. First cosplay was Canary last year, but I was working in my sister's company, and it was a Halloween event from Hunter x Hunter. Oh, cool. Wait, that's actually rad. That's fucking sick, dude. What's up, Faith? What are we drawing today? So we're drawing, we're doing some character design. I'm gonna do a little bit of character design, and then we're going deep into the concept field here for some ancient ruins, because I need to find some ruins for my game for Horizon, and I don't know what they're going to look like. And I thought, why not just do that concept development on stream? I very rarely do like some deep concept development on stream, so we're gonna do that today. I think I can cosplay Khadgar. That's about it. Oh god. Oh, don't laugh. You're not allowed to laugh. If you laugh, you lose your Canadian citizenship, Evan. Okay. Oh, Thor can test me. Oh boy. Okay. No, I'm good. Okay. There's got to be some other World of Warcraft characters that you can cosplay Thorkin. I don't know. I don't know who, but there's got to be a couple. You know, we could do like a duo cosplay to BlizzCon one year. I don't know, man. I can go as White Maiden, you could go as Morgrane. And I could be like, arise, my champion. My champion. I said arise, my champion. That's not funny. That's not funny. I'm sorry. That's not funny. That's not funny. Don't. Bad Evan. Bad Evan. Bad Evan. No wheelchair jokes. Shit. God damn it, Thorkin. You baited me into this one. Fucking bastard. You have a baby face, so age still is an issue. I don't know. People don't usually take me for being in my 30s, but I think it's just because I'm still fat. I think as I de-fat, I'm probably gonna age up, you know, a little bit more. We'll see. I think I looked younger when I was 300 pounds than I do at 200 pounds. I'm about 210 right now, though, so yeah, 90 pounds down. I think I look a little bit older than I did, and I'm guessing that if I lose the rest of my little fat cheeks, then I'll probably look a little bit older. So won't be able to keep that, unfortunately. Don't cosplay because I feel I need to at least somewhat embody the character I want to cosplay, which is difficult because I'm a 6'2", 250 pound, and I could cosplay Choji from Naruto, Clayface from DC, or Kratos. Well, get that Kratos in there. Fuck yeah. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'm not doing the art wizard, okay? Stop. No. I'd love to. I wanted to do like a group cosplay with my friends at BlizzCon one year. Wanted to do the Scarlet Monastery bosses or whatever, but then the Scarlet took on a weird turn, a weird little thing in the RP community that bled out into the regular World of Warcraft community. So I don't know about that one, but maybe I'll do an Eldara cosplay, because who better than me to cosplay Endrick Avalon? Am I right? I just need to grow 4 inches and put on 30 pounds of lean muscle. Shit, that's easy. Do that in like what, 2 years? Maybe. Do cosplay, but there's 0 events or cons near me. Really? And now that's what I mean by saying that a lot of like cool characters and people are, you know, it's very interesting to me to think about cosplay in the sense of, ooh, I need to record this part of the process, even if I'm just doing some concept development. This is Mr. Pixel's character. We're gonna do some, like, we're starting right at the beginning. I'm recording way more of the process on this, so we're gonna be even doing visual development for this character for Mr. Pixel today. So it's gonna be a whole thing. Let me just move it right there. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna work through and do some development stuff, and we'll just see where we get in the next little while. But yeah. Anyway, I think that's one really cool sort of subculture in the nerd convention community is the cosplaying scene, because they do a lot of really cool shit. You know, there's a lot of very interesting sort of craftspeople that do very interesting craft things related to cosplay. I actually have had a old acquaintance that used to play World of Warcraft, the trading card game, that went on to be a very large, well-known cosplay company, prop thing. I don't know how you describe it, but a person that makes like cosplay props for big cosplayers. I didn't know that was a career path for people, but apparently it is. And yeah, he's one of the more well-known ones. So it's very cool, very neat shit, as it were. Reminds me very much of the LARP community and some of the stuff that they're doing, as far as like oops, I'm gonna figure out our hair physics here. But yeah, very cool shit. I'd always love to maybe try and take a jaunt into that field and, I don't know, man, do some design work or whatever. Like, the first person that ever cosplays a Realms of Eldara character, seriously, I'm gonna have to do something very substantial for them. Like, the first person to like make a serious cosplay, We're talking like a real professional grade cosplay. The first time that ever happens. I'm gonna have to do something to commemorate the day. Commemorate the event, the occasion, as it were. Okay, so for this character, we're going for some subtle Astral Knight, subtle sci-fi, subtle different vibes, different ideas for our leader, Nakia here. She is a very important figure for her people. I'm going to try and be a little bit true to some of the original design concepts, but obviously we're going to go, you know, further out into the concept sphere and do some weird shit with material and whatnot. Love and cosplay are two sides of the same coin. Right, exactly, yeah. There's a lot of like really cool kind of like props and the making, the design of the it's just a really cool, creative, like inspired community, I think, you know? What are we doing here? We're doing some different armor and some other shit. Okay. I think we're gonna do a bit of a cloak over the shoulder, as well as some armor. And I love that how sophisticated cosplay has gotten in the last, I don't know, 15 years. There's like different things that were kind of like the standard issue, this is what you're supposed to do with cosplay back in the day, that are now kind of like archaic, ancient forms of the art, of the craft, that I think it's really cool how it's evolved, you know? The longest time for me to differentiate them. Yeah, wait, really? Between cosplay and LARP? Well, I always think that the main difference is that LARP is typically fantasy driven and people are like going to play a game with their costumes. Cosplay is just is like costume design fan art. But you know what actually is the most exciting thing to me is when I see the few times that I've seen people have like an original cosplay, where I had these like girls come to the booth for Ella, the table, and they had like this really cool cosplay on, and I was like, oh shit, your cosplay is awesome, dudes. What tell me about your character. And they're like, well, and they went off, man. They went on it. They told me all about their lore and shit. And I was like, I had no idea that this was an original idea here. I thought you guys were like Genshin characters or some shit. Because they had that very kind of like Genshin-y sort of like vibe about their design, which is cool, you know? It's definitely a cool vibe. I for sure didn't have anything against that. But it was very interesting to find out that they, you know, that they had some sort of like story that they built. And they said that they really wanted to play, like, I felt so bad because they're like, oh yeah, we spent all of our time like writing these characters or whatever. They were in like some sort of like design school thing, like university course or whatever. So they'd been working on it since like first year and they're like third years or whatever. And they finally made their costumes. They loved going to the events with them and whatever. But they were saying something along the lines of like, we really wanted to like play a Dungeons and Dragons game with our characters, and like we would like wear our costumes and stuff. But they're like, we can't find anyone that will play Dungeons and Dragons with us that will let us dress up. I was like, is that like I get that's a little strange, but would that be a deal breaker for anybody's D&D game where someone's like, hey, I want to dress like my character when I come to D&D? To be honest, I'd respect the commitment. I'd be down with that. I'd fuck yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? You can't find a D&D game like that? What? Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, I felt kind of bad, man. I was like kind of sad for them, I guess. It sounds awesome, right? It does, you know? Yeah, I didn't really get the problem. But I guess they'd had trouble finding a group because of that. So, whatever, man, you know? That group's loss, I suppose. They said they were trying to find a group at their school. that wanted to play D&D together, and the D&D group that like was made composed of their like classmates and stuff. They just didn't want to play Dungeons and Dragons with a bunch of people that wanted to wear their outfits and shit. I was like, but you're a design school. What the fuck? There's like lots of people all the time that I hear say they have a hard time finding a D&D group. That just kind of breaks my heart a little bit, because, you know, I think to myself how much many D&D players would be absolutely stoked and thrilled to have a player that's like really committed and really like, you know, passionate about what they're doing at their table. And like most people here, I think you hear something like that and you'd be like, what? No, I'd love to have somebody like that at my table. We did a large medieval camp as a kid. We got to use swords, bows, and everything, and the bows and arrows were real. That's cool. We're doing archery, training our instructor, and standing down range. I almost took her eye out and got in trouble. Jeez, dude. I was 10 when this happened, and since then I was confused to why I got in trouble. That is fair. She was standing down range. New to the channel, welcome, Canby. Good to have you. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Honored to have you, my friend. I know where to look for D&D group, but I want to find one. So we used to talk about this a lot more commonly on Twitch, because back in the day I used to stream the D&D category, right? And when I was in the D&D category, this was also the time of D&D's kind of rapid expansion during the pandemic patch. During that content. And unfortunately, during that content patch, there was a lot of people that wanted to start playing D&D. They saw the Critical Role, they saw nerd culture in general expanding into D&D, and they wanted to, like, you know, be a part of it and see what's up. And the issue is that they couldn't find a group because, you know, they're at home, or nobody they know plays, or they're kind of like their only nerd friend is like them, or whatever, or their dog or some shit. I get it. It's tough. So we used to talk about how to find a D&D group quite a bit. And in my opinion, the best D&D groups, or the best way to find D&D groups, is one of two ways. So either... So there's two ways, and then a third way that I think is more realistic for a lot of people, but isn't as good. So I've got options here, if you're curious. The first one is find something that's a hobby that you are into, that you like, or a fandom or whatever, and you will likely find D&D players in that fandom, and you'll likely find D&D players that you would get along with in that fandom. So here's the thing. If you're like an anime, Genshin, gacha game fan, if you're a Pokemon game fan, if you're an ancient like nerd that plays Battletech and those kind of games fan, you're likely not going to have a great time playing D&D with a bunch of people that aren't sort of into the same hobby as you, right? Not that it's impossible, but it's just in general, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Anyway, so find a Discord, find a community, wherever, where you and your fellow Genshin fans, or your Battletech fans, or your Warcraft fans all gather, and you'll, you know, if you pose the question, does anyone here play D&D, you will likely find people who do, and you'll likely find a group that you can get along with. Now, that's the best way, I think. If you want to... Well, sorry, that's the second best way. The most bestest of best ways is, in fact, to just create your own group. Talk to your friends and be like, hey, anybody want to play D&D? Nobody plays D&D? All right, I'll run a game. You do not need to play D&D before you can run D&D. That's absolutely not true. You can, some of the most dedicated and best DMs I've ever seen or played with or whatever are people who have played D&D as the DM and only ever as the DM, and have never had any experience. And yeah, sure, you gain from the experience and you benefit and whatever. That's very, very true. But you do not need player experience to play as a DM. And it doesn't matter if you're playing with new or experienced players, because if you're playing with experienced players, all the better, right? Because they will know how to help you out and help you run a great campaign if they're good players. It's like training jujitsu or something. When you're brand new, you don't train with other brand new people. You train with like the black belts, because they know how to not hurt you. D&D is kind of the same way. Not that you're going to get hurt, but if you play with experienced players, you're not going to disappoint them, and they're not going to be upset that you don't know what you're doing. They're going to be really good and really great and accommodating and helping you figure out how to do stuff. So, cool. If you're playing with brand new people, then great. None of you guys know how that game works anyway. Don't worry about it. Have fun. The more common way to find D&D groups that is maybe the third or maybe further down the list best way of finding a D&D group is the LFGs. So you can find LFGs on all over the internet, Roll20, Reddit, whatever, people looking for new D&D players. There is, I will say, a bit of a stereotype of if you have to use an LFG to find players, there's a reason for that. So I will say the overall search and hunt, like more horror stories will come from those type of things than anywhere else. But if you're willing to persevere a little bit and push through, you can find some of probably the greatest players that you'll ever make friends with in those LFGs. It's definitely possible. In our Discord, actually, Switchers, Odd Entities has posted a thread in the general chat of he's starting up a Pathfinder game for some people. Pathfinder is basically the exact same thing as D&D with an older rule set. More or less what happened is as D&D progressed, you had first edition, AD&D, whatever. At the beginning, you basically had AD&D. And then you had second ed, and people liked it, and they changed things. Then you had third ed, right? And people were like, "Oh, cool, this is whatever." Some people were like, "No, I'm only gonna play AD&D," and those we call the gray beards or the old. That's fine. People love AD&D. They can be old and have their game, have fun. Then there was 3.5. And this was considered to be a perfection iteration. People really liked this. After 3.5, Wizards of the Coast said, hey, we're going to now make 4th edition. And a lot of people were like, whoa. This is like a perfect game system. And this is not an iteration. This is a redesign. So in this lineage of D&D, 4th edition kind of is like from a different bloodline. It's like over here, right? It's like a new game that doesn't have like a heritage, you could say, but it still got labeled the 4th edition of D&D. And 5th edition is sort of in the same lineage ish. It's kind of an expansion. They say they're trying to go back to some AD&D things, but regardless of if you like 5th edition or not, it's still, I'd say, within the same D&D lineage. 4th edition kind of isn't, but it's really cool. 4th edition is a great system. The problem is when they made 4th edition, a lot of players were like, wait, we still want 3.5. And so that's where you got Paizo, who they said, hey, WotC, can we license 3.5 to make Pathfinder? And so Pathfinder you can kind of consider to be like 3.75. So fantastic, phenomenal system, because it really is an evolution of 3.5. Now, I do like 3.5, but Pathfinder is still very fun. And so if you liked this and you were here and you're like a person like me that really liked this like evolution of D&D, the problem is, yes, so why wouldn't you say that 5e is like part of that evolution? 5e is part of that evolution, but the problem is some of the changes they made for 5e is they really simplified simplified things or dumbed it down, depending on how you look at it. So I like 5th edition. It's fine, but it definitely isn't as sophisticated and interesting as 3.5. It's a very elegant system for getting people into the game. If I could play any edition and make content for any edition for like D&D, whatever, I would choose 3.5 personally. If I'm going to play a long-term home game for myself that has no benefit for the Realms of Eldara or development or whatever, I would do 3.5. Everything I do is 5th edition because I want everything I do to be useful to the most amount of people possible, so that's 5th ed. But Pathfinder is a fantastic system. So if you see that and you're like, oh, well, I really want to play D&D, not Pathfinder. I don't know what this Pathfinder is. Pathfinder is D&D. Some would argue it's more D&D than current D&D is, but I'll leave the debates for there. But yeah, I mean, Odd Entities is a great storyteller. I've not played D&D with him personally, but he's an awesome storyteller. I get a great sense that he's got a really good idea for world building and for running a game. He's had very many successful games with many happy players over the years, and I've done some character art for them, so I'm sure he's a great DM. And he's running a Pathfinder game, and there's a thread for it in the main Discord. It's like an actual thread, so you maybe scroll up a little bit, but it's pretty close. So yeah, no, if you're interested and you've never played before, give it a try and you know, go make some friends, see if you like it. I'm sure that'd be a great way to, not to say that like, oh, that my Discord's the best place to find a D&D game, but this is what I'm saying. You find a bunch of people that are in a like mind that all enjoy the same thing, whether that's a game or a stream or whatever. You'll find people that tend to have closer agreements about what they like in D&D or whatever. Yeah, it's great. I think go give it a try if you're curious, if you're interested. But yeah, you can get into D&D a lot of different ways. wild, but yeah, I want to play D&D since 2020, but nerd culture isn't that strong here. Already formed and years in. Interesting. So what's nerd culture like in Jamaica? I guess that's a well. I guess I ask you that, and you're like, I don't know. It's nerd culture. Like, what's nerd culture like in Canada? I guess what's the, because I'm trying to see what the differences are. But if you've never been part of nerd culture in Canada, how would you know? Versus just like, how could I describe nerd culture in Canada? So what would be the right question? The right question would be like, what's most popular, I guess, in nerd culture in Jamaica? How's that? What's the thing there? You know, it's kind of like I have a friend that completely introduced me as to how, in like Central and South America, how like pervasive anime is. I had no idea. They fucking love it out there. Holy shit. You know, way more popular than any like game or movie or whatever in general nerddom. It's kind of wild. Arc Skull, what's up, dude? What's going on, man? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I've been pondering for a long time how to start a D&D campaign in the new era of nerdcraftery, and I think it's not that difficult. I think it's definitely doable. You just have to kind of have the right I don't know, incentives for your group or whatever, or the right maybe pitch to get people on board to trying the game for the first time. That might be the right way of putting it. But you can definitely find players who are definitely interested in playing D&D, no matter where you are, I think. One of my favorite things in the world is actually playing D&D with a normie and converting them. It's a fun story game, right? A fresh session 0 tomorrow. Can't wait. Ooh. So I don't like session 0s. All right? As a general rule. So tell me what a session 0, not that I don't, it's not I don't like all session 0s, but I don't like the general internetized term of a session 0. So what do you do in a session 0? What's that? What's your idea of a session 0? What do you guys do in your session 0s? Because I do things that people will say like, "Oh, that's a session 0, Evan, don't worry." You actually like session 0s, you do them all the time then. But I don't like the kind of the standardized internet determination of what a session 0 is. And I think that it's so pervasive that it owns the term session 0, which is why I don't use the term. So I'm always curious, what do you do in your pre-game session 0? Do you have a proper session 0 like the entire internet loves, or do you just talk about sort of what you want out of the game? Like, what's that look like for you guys? Thanks, Lurk Switchers. I appreciate that. In your opinion, how would you get someone interested in a totally new system, like brand spanking new? A brand new system, I mean, that's tough, right? Because a lot of people have a lot of ideas about wanting to play in the cool things. So it depends if they're a new player. Sometimes they say things like, "Oh, you know, oh man, like I want to play D&D. I don't want to play Pathfinder. What's this Pathfinder? I don't know what Pathfinder is. I don't know what, you know." Because a lot of times people, I think, in those indie systems have this really non-productive way of talking about their indie systems. So it's kind of hard to get people on board with it sometimes. So new players, a brand new indie system, I'd tell them something about what kind of story, what kind of vibes it goes for. What kind of vibes it facilitates. Like, oh, D&D's great for like high fantasy, but if you want to play pirate games, I know you love pirates. Oh yeah, we can play this game system. Then it's like, oh cool. So now there's a use case for it. But if it's something along the lines of more experienced D&D players, I would try and figure out why the system would matter to them. Like, oh, you know, you love RP, and you know how D&D has like a couple of RP things in it, but it's not really a system meant for RP. D&D is like very much a war game, you know, light. So if you really love RP heavy games, you'll love this system. Or if you like collective storytelling. So I'd figure out why it matters to that person individually. But I don't know, like general TTRPG players or general TTRPG nerds, I think are always very willing to try stuff that's like new for the sake of it being new. So I guess, I don't know. Really important qualities here. Obviously, I'm not referencing this too hard. I just want to make sure that I reference a little bit of the design in the base so that I can put all my EBA bullshit on top of it. Anyway, yeah, I'd figure out like what they like about it, or the thing is, a lot of experienced RPG players, I find that they are just very excited to try something new for the sake of it. You know, like you've played every class, you've done everything. Yo, let's try some new shit. Let's try something else. Let's go have some fun. And just try something you haven't played before. They're usually pretty accepting of that and willing to, I don't know, willing to give new stuff a try. Some players don't know each other, so it's an intro to people together, talk character concepts as a group, go over group rules and player DM expectations, and cover the safety stuff people don't want to see. Sometimes it's the obvious, but it can be anything. Like I have a group that doesn't want any spiders. It's largely just talking about who our characters are and how we know each other. Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, sure. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I don't love that kind of that pre-game chat. I like the more narrative stuff, but there's a lot about the pre-game conversation that I think is kind of like a bit forced, you know? You gotta, obviously, you gotta do it very carefully. You gotta do it very elegantly. As you even said, people don't really want to talk about it. So it's like, what do, you know? Session zeros are definitely more important when you're playing with people you don't really know all that well. 100%. Maybe that's one of the reasons that I don't really do them all that often, because I don't tend to play with people I don't really know. Well, how do you play with new people? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is, that's a fair concern. I don't play with a lot of people I don't know that often. Do more of an armor kind of like breastplate corset style thing. Because this character's gonna be weird. She's not gonna be wearing like proper armor. It's gonna be more of a character design than it is like a D&D character. People are gonna think like, but that's not chainmail. So a little bit different. It's like Mork Borg. Wait, what? Wait, what? Per se, it's a dark fantasy TTRPG that has elements from D&D. Oh, that. Okay. Much more tactical flow for combat, allowing it to be more fluid for the deadlier. How would that sound? Sure, yeah. I mean, if you're talking to somebody who loves like you know what I saw very interestingly. I saw in a video where I made some memes about TPKing the players or whatever. I saw a lot of hot takes of people saying like, if you TPK your entire party, it's because you fucked up. Or someone said something along the lines of, if your TPK, I think, like doesn't immediately change to or start a new arc of the campaign where the now you're in the afterlife or whatever, then like you're a bad DM. A lot of people have these like really weird opinions on D&D that you're a good or bad DM if you play one way or another. And to me, that's always a way that like, tell me you don't know how D&D works without telling me you don't know how D&D works. You know, give me your opinion on TPKs. Yeah, very interesting stuff from those kind of videos. And I think that, again, there would be a lot of people that are like, you know, well, I don't want a deadlier game that's combat focused and tactical. Like, I want my little princess baby boy to be a little princess baby boy and don't touch his hair on his head. That's fine. You know, again, you just have to try and find the players that I think that the more niche the system gets, the more specific you need to get for your players. I'll just put in application forms for my games and usually get a lot of replies, so I'm a little selective on who plays. Yeah, that's fair. I just don't fucking let people in my games in general. Somebody actually asked me a very fair question like a year ago, like, so maybe not a year ago, sometime last year. They said, hey, Evan, I'm curious, how do you select a player for your game? I was like, well, I don't know, I just kind of figure out who I want to play with. They're like, well, no, I'm just like, if somebody wanted to play with you, how would you select them? Like, how would someone go about it? They're like, I really want to play Dungeons and Dragons with Evan. How would I go about doing it? And I was like, damn, like, you want like an actual answer? And like, yeah. I'm like, I have to think about that. You're like, so like, do I have to like apply for it or whatever? Do you ever like have like an application process? Like, how does this work, man? I'm like, well, you just have to like kind of make me think that you are a person that I'd want to play D&D with, to the point where I'd ask you. I remember them saying something like, that's a little confusing or whatever. I was like, yeah, it is. That's fine. Like, there's no clear path, I guess. Yeah, it's tough, dude, right? Applications are a great way of doing it, I think. If you're okay sort of giving new people a shot, you can kind of, you know, be selective about the kind of person you want to play with, and then fuck yeah, you get in there, right? I typically like to play with people I've talked to at least a little bit, or not even a little bit, but like pretty extensively, or their friends outside of a game. It's like a vibe check thing for me, you know? Definitely a vibe check. TPKs are so much, very so much. Sometimes what's happening won't recover from TPK unless it's a real way to do so. It doesn't feel cheap. Yeah, I mean, some players also like I said something like in a combat. Someone said something along the lines of like, so I had this moment of realization where I'm like, oh, never engage with people who are just trying to like. Obviously, there's certain things with comments. Like, as I've been growing on YouTube, I'm reminding myself how to engage with comments. You think I learned from talking to chat, but you know, it's different. So with comments, obviously, you never engage with the critical, negative, whatever ones. Whatever. There's also a whole thing about like not engaging with comments that are someone just trying to voice their opinion, right? Because there's nothing to engage with there. If someone's just like, I think characters should all have red hair, and you're like, oh, well, I think that characters can have a wide range of hair colors. In fact, my favorite color of hair to draw a character with is like white or silver, right? You're not going to change their mind. You're just going to, one of you is just going to express your opinion at the other person, and nothing's going to happen except maybe some conflict. Right? Except it's just going to create friction. So somebody said something along the lines of like, in one of the videos or TikTok, somewhere on the internet, there was a comment basically on the TPK video where someone said something along the lines of, oh, I would never TPK my party. Whatever. I don't remember what. They weren't being confrontational about it. They were just expressing an opinion. And they like kind of did it in a way that I felt like they were sort of like asking a question about mine. I don't remember. But I responded to them. I was just like, oh, you know, I think that TPKs are like they really like having danger in your, or what, I didn't reference TPKs, but I said having a good sense of danger in the game really ups the stakes for a lot of players. And they said like, oh, there's danger. We roll death saves. We do all these things, but never a TPK. And I was kind of like, do I just respond with, so there's like danger, but you can't tolerate like a lot of danger in your game. So there's not true danger. There's like a little baby danger, but there's not true danger, which is fine. Again, one group likes one group likes another, one DM likes one DM likes another. One group isn't bad, the other group isn't bad. It's just a misalignment of expectations in D&D. But I was like, wait, what am I doing? I'm not going to engage with this. I'm never going to convince this person. I don't care like about their opinion. They don't really care about my opinion. You know, leave it alone. Lesson reminded. Slap on the wrist. So fine. But yeah, it was just very interesting that like, yeah, you get like the TPKs, they like you said, they can vary a lot, and some groups love it and some groups hate it. And it is one of those like, I think maybe core questions, like in a good session zero is you'd say, hey, would you tolerate a TPK? And if someone's like, no, that's awful. Right? But other people are like, oh yeah, bring us that story. Which, because that's the thing, like TPKs are, dude, I don't remember every D&D game I've fucking played. I do remember every TPK we've had. It's always phenomenal. It's amazing. And so you have to try to play with the kind of person that likes the narrative and the danger and whatnot, because when your players win, I want them to really feel like they fucking won. So yeah, it's tough, man. It's like really tough to figure that out. That's one of the good things about trying to find the vibe of a person. Definitely, it's how they tolerate that kind of gameplay versus story versus narrative versus whatever. Gameplay, anime, or reading is very high here, but in the way people are into it, and it's easy to find. Anything RPing is looked very down upon. KyotoCon, people will dress up, but you never run the risk of being made fun of for wanting to be American or foreign. Interesting. Or not wanting to be Jamaican, wanting to be those white girls, not to mention people immediately say you're being possessed by the devil if you do stuff like that. Oh, so any kind of like role play or like game acting RPGs. So are RPGs popular there? Like where you're not necessarily role playing yourself, but you're playing the role of a character? Like Mass Effect, but like Baldur's Gate. Is Baldur's Gate popular there, or is it just not It's the reason I wasn't allowed to watch or read Harry Potter. Interesting. Okay. Just don't do what I've been doing if you don't want to play with Evan. It's not like there's a exact fucking funnel into playing D&D with me, okay? Let's just calm down, alright? It's not like a funnel, alright? Yeah, I don't know. I don't typically play with people that I'm not friends or friendly with. You know? I probably wouldn't have agreed to play in Ash's game had I not known Ulner very well. Well, very relatively well, and gotten to know Vixie a little bit. Right? That just probably wouldn't be something that I would have done. But since I do know Ulner decently well, and you know, Vixie's amazing, and I would get canceled for Vixie at this point in time. All right, she's my homegirl. So you know, like, cool. Now I'm playing with my friends. You got your homies out there. You're doing the thing, and it's great. But you know, I've played D&D with so many like new people and new faces and new groups over the years, working at the game store and playing D&D as long as I have, that I just kind of want to play comfortable D&D for a while. Play with people I know, play with people I like, play with D&D styles. Like I don't have a tolerance much anymore for people who like want to force their way of playing D&D into the game. It's so much easier just to find a group of people that want to play D&D the same way. That like, if you're the kind of person that plays a very narrative game, great. If you're the kind of person that doesn't want any narrative in your game, I probably won't play with you. If you're the kind of person that likes tactical gameplay, sure, great. If you're the kind of person that wants like only narrative D&D and doesn't want any combat or gameplay, and like I can't risk sending you guys against danger, no, we're not going to play. And there's just like, you know, you figure out those vibes, like Orcskull was saying. You figure out vibes with people.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Hello,
Mr.
leader.
Pixel.
I am here to donate to the Orb Count.
Is this...
Praise be the Orbivan will ponder Ivan
wait,
Blorbivan
wait.
will ponder Ivan Blorbivan will go blood orb.
Thank you 1,000 bits, Mr. Pixel. First of all, I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Second, you missed all the conversation about the Golden Orb, so I got to catch you up on that as one of the Golden Orb holders. And also, I'm doing some early concept design for Nakia today, so funny for you to drop in while I'm doing some early concept work. But what's good, man? Thanks for 1,000 bits. Also, so yeah, so the Golden Orb, God, where do I start on that? This is a long, dumb meme. Large vibe thing can often tell pretty quickly if someone is a good fit for my table. 100%, right? Just a little danger, sprinkling a danger for me, which is totally reasonable. Haven't been able to TPK party yet. One of these days, though. One of these days. Well, obviously, you don't try and TPK your party. You're always just willing to give them danger if they like danger. Some people don't want that, and some people love it, you know, and that's awesome. You just, again, the whole point and problem with D&D is just finding people that align with the way you want to play D&D. You can like someone, but know that you won't play D&D well together. 100%. What's up, Samurai? Samurai, I'm trying to think of more Canadian. Ella told me that we're sending you a supply shipment of Hickory 6. I got to figure out some other Canadian snacks. Samurai, are you a coffee enjoyer? Because I was trying to think of Canadian snacks that people really love, and I know that Coffee Crisp is one of our beloved chocolate bars that's very, very popular with Americans. So I wasn't sure if that's something that you'd enjoy. If you were a coffee enjoyer, you're willing to try it, or if you're definitely an anti coffee bean individual, and I'll try and find something else. But it's good to see you, bro. After work, we'll be about. All right. Thank you, Orcskull. Thank you. And as Orcskull leaves, suddenly Chad is a whole lot less handsome. God damn it. God damn, we're doing so well. So you can be into it. Don't make a lot of people know that you're into it. And for Baldur's Gate 3 thing of not knowing anyone played it, people are barely accepting of Pokemon. Interesting. Ooh, damn, Sleepy. Okay, we got it. We got Sleepy. I just want to give you a big hug, man. Come on, dude. Like, holy shit. That sucks if you can't find a lot of people that are like-minded for your hobbies down there, but I don't know. Hopefully you feel cozy here. Chick's amazing so far. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm doing a lot more early concepts on stream than I usually do, so. You're a coffee enjoyer? All right, good. I'll make sure to go to the store and grab some coffee crisps to put in for you, because that's one of the Canadian snacks that I think that more people than not think of, like, that are like kind of rage inducing. They're like, why don't we have this here? You know? Check Discord DMs when you get a chance. Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. My DMs everywhere have been a fucking mess since about a week ago. Is this pertinent? Oh shit. Okay. All right. I'm gonna mark that as unread, and I will send you a yes. Okay. Sick. The Golden Orb. Oh yeah. So Mr. Pixel, the Golden Orb Club. Just to catch you up, or the Golden Orb Society. So one goal that I've never really had in range for me on Twitch is the Plus program. Not a partner program, but the Plus program. The Plus program is something they introduced a while ago that allows streamers that have a certain amount of sub points each month for a certain amount of time to get better sub splits. So that means that instead of getting 50% of my subs, I'd get 60%. Which if I have 100 subs, which is about what I have, I would get an extra $600 a year without doing anything different. Without anyone supporting more or whatever, Twitch would just decide to give me more of my sub. So, never had that in range, but this month, a couple of people, when I was streaming in the evening the other night, decided to meme it into existence. And a few people have jumped on board, including the wondrous Maggie, because tier 1 subs are worth 1 point out of 100. Tier 2 are worth 2, but a tier 3 is worth 6 sub points out of 100. Now remember, this doesn't include gifted subs or primes or anything. These don't contribute to the sub counter, only tier, like, regular 1, 2, or 3 tier subs. So as somebody who tier 3'd before that, I decided that if I can make the push this month, the next month, and then in May as well, which a couple of people have agreed to help me do with tier 3 subs, then I can get a better sub split on my subs forever on Twitch. So having said that, I said that I was going to do some sort of dumb little promo card or whatever, or something stupid every month that'd be kind of fun and hopefully make it worth it for the tier 3 subs. So I got to figure out what that's going to be on April 1st for April, and then I'll make sure to send that out. But I might pull the chat and figure out everyone who has that, what everybody thinks about it. So yeah, man, that's a conversation that will impact you as a wondrous tier 3 sub, but not one that you were there for. So just so you know, if you have any ideas or whatever, I'm thinking about doing an Eldara TCG promo, or maybe I'll just do a full-on Patreon tier for everyone for the 3 months, and then yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be dope. Oh, but yeah, the Gold Orb is sweet. This has been best online space I've ever found myself in. Really? We're honored to have you, Sleepy. I found D&D Discord, but then again, people are already into it and wanting to find online friends where you are as a teen is super dangerous, so I was too scared to try. That's reasonable. Yeah, that's reasonable. I'm just saying tier 3 because I like the orbs, so alright, well, then don't worry about it. There's going to be some cool shit. Extra bonus value added, I guess. Whatever that looks like or means, I don't quite know yet, but it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be sweet, hopefully, because I do appreciate the push to try and help me have Twitch think that I'm more deserving of the contributions that people are contributing. I know it's a funny conversation you have to have with Twitch in the modern year, but it's a conversation I have to have anyway. Although I will say, you know, that is kind of cool of them for allowing this program to be done, because back in the before days, there was no way an affiliate like me, and nobody bullshit who asked streamer like myself, to ever even consider getting a better sub split. Better sub splits were something that only partners and big partners were allowed to get. Like big contracted partners, like you know, the Hassans and XQCs and Pokemains of the platform, not your small streamers with less than 1,000 streamer or viewers or whatever. So fucking rad. And I'll see if we can I don't know, do something fun for it. Because yeah, I mean, I realize how big of a contribution it is, so I really want to make it worthwhile, as opposed to just like, let me throw 5 times the normal sub at Twitch for 3 months just so Evan, you know, can get more from his subs forever. That's like a nobody's problem. That's like a me problem. But because the encouragement to help, I need to figure out something that's kind of a good way to pay back that kindness. Got it again. So looking forward to seeing what you do for Nikia I love what I see here. All right, sick, man. Well, I'm gonna do some concept development, so it might not look exactly like this, but we're gonna build, do different things, and hopefully we get something that you really like, that you really love for your precious character. I was gonna say OC, but I realize I'm starting to get like TikTok and stuff. It's starting to rub off on me if I'm even contemplating calling a D&D character an OC. Holy, could you imagine? For 3 months? Yeah, exactly. So I need to figure out something to make it like worthwhile and fun and whatever for 3 months. You only need like 4 people to switch tier 3 right now. No. Mr. Pixel, gifted subs don't count. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Ah. Stop it. Thank you for the 5 to 10 gifted subs. Jesus, dude. I know you just throw the subs for no reason. You just fucking ninja smoke powder vanish subs. Okay, see you later. God damn it. Thanks for the 1,000 bits and the 10 subs. I don't know. I'm literally doing a commission that you're gonna buy the commission anyway. Stop. I should make a rule. No, you're banned from cheering bits or gifting subs while I'm doing commission for you on stream. It's just Mel has a problem with it. Alpha has a problem with it. I gotta. Thank you, dude. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. You only need 4 people to switch to tier 3 right now. For the plus one, I think I already got it. Honestly, I think that my plus points are already above. I don't want to go check, but I'm pretty sure that I saw on stream the other day that it worked, right? That I was at like 100 after, I think it was Vidi and Entities, or I forgot who the last person was that did it, where it ticked over, but hell yeah. And then obviously people don't necessarily keep their subs, so, you know, Maggie decided to jump in and help me out, help bolster the cause. You can do the next tier up, which is you get 70% of your subs, but that's 300 subs a month, and that's not even... Dude, I don't have 300 people even know who I am. Like, holy, trying to get 300 sub points. Jesus, man. Start making Twitch accounts for my dog. Oh, man. Right now it says you need 21 points. Really? Did it go down somehow? Because it said 88 points the other night, and then it went up to over 100. What? Okay, hold on. Really? That's concerning. Concerning. Nope, mute your dumbass. I don't want to know what you're saying, bitch. Oh, what? Okay, so on my screen it says I'm at 112 out of 100. Yeah, that's weird. It says it says I need 21 points on yours, Nyx? That's wild. What the hell? Okay, weird. I hope that mine works and that it's not showing me something different than it's showing you guys, because that'd be very upsetting if I thought that I was like at a certain point or whatever. What I see in stream topics? Yeah, I'm really curious. That's so bizarre. Look at that, dude. Yeah, what the hell? Wait, as of May 1st, 2021, how this really works? So it's the same thing, right? March, partner or reach plus level 1, 79 of 100. Maybe I left my computer open. Wait, you left your computer open? You left the tab open for my stream for 3? That's fucking hilarious, Nyx. You're my favorite person. You just casually leave the stream tab up for 3 days. You're like, fuck it, man. Evan lives on this tab now. That's hilarious. I'm honored, Nyx. Okay, well, at least at least it's okay. Just Shix, did I say that right? Probably not. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. That is awesome. I feel like D&D characters are just OCs for D&D, but there's not real. The term OC though requires context of there being a fanfic. Now, obviously, that's not how it is anymore, because the term OC has grown beyond that, to where people now think that OC is like the term you use for any character you create. But back like in the original conception of the term, OC just meant a character that was original within a non-original story. Otherwise, it would just be your character that I write. You know what I mean? Your style is amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. So I don't know. I don't correct people on that, but it's just kind of funny. Like, especially if I slip to it, that'd be really funny. I have to continue to refer to them as just characters, or a D&D character or whatever. Like, that's the thing, is like when will the characters that I write for Eldara be known as just characters and not original characters? You know what I mean? It's like, what level of like relevance do I need to get before Eldara is known as just a thing, as opposed to like, oh, it's Evan's OCs. Like, imagine calling Star Wars George Lucas's OC, right? Or like Spider-Man Stan Lee's OC. So it's like, what level of relevance do you have to get to? What level of importance, what level of like reasonable humaning do you have to get to before you're like known for having something as just the thing that you're doing, as opposed to in the context of a greater sphere of fan works and shit like that? How long you been drawing, bro? That's a tough question to ask or answer, because it's kind of been off and on, but I would say all my life, more or less. So all my life, but most of the development I've had, most of the visual kind of like progress that I've had in my work has happened in the last 4 years, probably. Been very rapid for me. Spent a long time doing not really all that good of work at all. But yeah, I mean, since I was very young, I guess. Samurai, Jesus. You're just gonna ensure that I hit this fucking thing. You guys are like, nope. Nope. God damn it. Thank you for the tier 3 Samurai. He's on Twitch. Well, I'm gonna stay here because I want to be a rebel and I'm lazy. Medallion, I'm honored to have you on YouTube. I'm just Meta, I'm not the best at remembering to check both chats. I try my best. But I see you. I recognize you. You are seen and appreciated, my friend. 22 just started? Hell yeah. You got a long career ahead of you then. That's awesome. They are characters as long as you say they are. Right? I don't know. I suppose it's your characters are no longer OCs at the point where people start like, I think this is a relevancy issue. People will say how like relevant your work is will determine maybe how they refer to it, which is fair, you know. You don't get to determine your legacy or your reputation. That's for other people to determine. So, you know. God damn it, Samurai. All right. Well, thank you for helping me attempt this fateful goal. Please enjoy your golden orb, and I think I'm gonna do promo cards every week or every month for the illustrious tier 3s until we hit the goal, and then I expect all of you to unsub. It's like my bank allows online transactions. Even I hope you know what'll happen. You're gonna sub, Sleepy? You don't have to, Sleepy. I just appreciate you being here. You don't have to sub or anything, dude. Your presence, the simple act of your presence means a lot. Because don't forget, Twitch and YouTube and these kind of like this whole thing, they're kingmaker systems. So you are relevant to these systems, and they will gift you with visibility if people think that you're like, if people are there, right? So just simply being here is quite a huge, like, it's a big deal, Sleepy. I hope you know that. And it comes up at the top of my YouTube app with no chat options, but the app is odd. With no chat options, really? Is my YouTube chat not working? I see a couple people in my YouTube chat that I'm trying really hard. Look, the reason why I'm not able to look at YouTube all that often, the YouTube chat, is because it's in a window that I've been streaming for 5 years and I have never had to look down there often. Like, I will glance down to chat pretty often, you know. But the YouTube chat I have to get used to. But I really don't want anyone to feel ignored in the YouTube chat. That's like really, I feel really shitty about that. So just finished making a custom character sheet for my game. Looks very basic it's for the alpha test coming in 1 week, so it's okay. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Congratulations. New character sheet for the game. That's look, you're making strides here, and I'm impressed. Cheaper tier 3 in 6-month spurts, so it'll probably last longer. Oh god, well, people have, like, I think Maggie tier 3'd for 3 months. I think a couple people did that, so they want to ensure that the thing I don't know though is there's one trick with it that I'm not quite sure on. I think you need to actually go to chat and claim your sub. I don't think on the first of the month it just rolls over. Whenever your sub rolls over, it just adds to the score. I think you legitimately need to go chat and redeem your sub. Because I've had instances since they introduced the Plus program where I have had more than 100 active individual subs, but I haven't gotten the Plus program. So I think that not only do you have to like do the sub, you have to go to chat and hit the redeem button for it to be an alert, which I could be wrong about, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works, which is incredibly stupid and silly, but it's another ask from the thing. So I don't know. For a second, I thought you were giving her dancer pants. I realized it was a plate, not a gap. Yeah, it's armor, not a. Oops. Ah. Am I selecting somewhere? I am. Damn it. Okay. Yeah. No. This is gonna be a very weird character to talk about the design up front here, because the character is gonna be based around a lot of like different kind of materials as well. So some like kind of non-fantasy-ish materials are gonna be part of the makeup of her design. I'm very excited about this. It's gonna be a very interesting and kind of challenging project, but it's very like there's gonna be a lot of similarities in kind of the way I've been thinking about the characters recently and Astral Knights. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see if people like it. We'll see if Mr. Pixel likes it. But he said he liked the initial parts of the design. So hey, you know. Not bad, right? Not bad. It's a good start to it. I really want to go deep and do like a real big detailed piece here and really try my best. The YouTube app, the website, not the website, the app is quite jank on my phone. Oh, really? I always thought the YouTube app was really good, Samurai, mostly because in my experience, the YouTube or the Twitch app is absolutely unfortunate. Yeah, the Twitch app is just not okay, right? So the YouTube one, like, they can almost do no wrong in my eyes because, well, I've been through the Twitch app, let's just say. You remember the old Twitch app on the computer, the desktop Twitch app? I think they also had like add-ons, but you could like watch a stream and like it was like a window, like an actual like program that would pop up on your computer. It had like the chat info or whatever, and it looked like the basic Twitch thing, but it also had like a section here for like mods. And they sold that thing to like CurseForge or Curse as a company, which then sold to Overwolf, which is annoying. But yeah, the Twitch app used to be a thing that people just have no idea about back in, oh god, when was that, like the mid-20 teens maybe? Around there? Somewhere around there? I don't know. Like ancient Twitch lore in the app. Seriously ancient Twitch lore. I think she's not wearing too much armor, right? Yeah. Give her a little bit of kind of maybe more fantastical leather plate, weird material armor. Kind of go a little bit sci-fi-y, I think. We'll try some stuff. Use some silhouette design. It was at least till 2019. It was here in 2019, really? I would have thought like 2016, 17 would have been when it was like killed. I didn't realize it was that long. Okay, fair enough. It's fine on my phone, but I'm not using, or usually on Twitch, so maybe I just have no standards. Twitch, so the Twitch app on your phone is fine if you don't want to close your phone and mute it to do something else. And also if you are, if you're only on one stream.
Visitors, how
That's also
exciting.
a big... Oh, shit. Yo, what's up, guys? Holy shit. Lunar13, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, friends. Good to see ya. The Lunatics. Excellent. I'm honored. Hello. What's going on, guys? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. What are y'all doing today? Tell me of your adventures had. Tell me of your stories. What's going on? Good to see all of y'all. You got here on a D&D art day, so we'll be drawing some D&D characters. If anyone is a D&D enjoyer. And thanks for the follow, Luna. I appreciate that. How's good, though? Oh, yeah? Thank you. I appreciate that. Energy you have, dude. Like it? Yeah? Welcome in. Honored to have y'all. Hello, hello. I hope you all had a fantastic stream. Hope you all played some games, made some art, did whatever you're doing. Conquering the world. Showing off your greatness. Welcome in. We're doing some art for a commission today, and then I'm gonna do some D&D art for my own world a little bit later. And we'll do some, maybe work on some portraiture, things like that. For those of you who are new here, from Lunar's chat, welcome. My name's Evan. I do mostly art for my D&D game, so I'll do everything from characters to environments and all that kind of stuff. Basically LARPing as a concept artist. And for everyone from my chat, please go and drop a follow for Lunar, show some love, and go make some friends over there. Chat seems really cool, so good energy over there too. What was the shout out? Last scene playing, hold on, let me see what Twitch says you were doing. Last scene playing, we are modless this morning. Oh, you were drawing. Oh shit. Okay. Hold up. I listen. My favorite thing I used to stream in the D&D category, all right? My favorite thing about the art category is that I get to meet all sorts of cool artists doing cool things. What were you doing? Let's see. Wait, what were you drawing? You just doing dope sketches? Wait, this is cool, dude. These have so much personality. Holy shit. I love this. All right. I'm a fan. I stream to afford ice cream. Okay. That's dope, Lunar. Your sketches are awesome. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate you popping in. Silly, today we're silly. Listen, silly, look. Not everyone has to be spending every day doing contemplative, mystical characters. Sometimes you have to just draw the silly thing and get it and just arrive it into reality. All right? So, that's dope. I appreciate that. I need to do more of that myself. But hell yeah, dude. I appreciate the raid. We're just talking about doing some concept design because this character is not really a traditional D&D character, so not really traditional fantasy. So I have to do a little bit of a different design for her with some kind of non-fantasy traditional materials if I can. So yeah, bigger fan. Thank you for the follow back. Hell yeah, dude. Look, like I said, my favorite thing about the art streaming in the art category is meeting other artists and talking to their cool ass communities, making new friends and stuff. So no, this is like literally one of my favorite things about being over here. So I appreciate you. And thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate those as well. Welcome in, Mech. Welcome in. I think I already said hi to Just. I hope so. But welcome on in, guys. So yeah, different materials. So if it looks a little sci-fi, that's fine. That's working as intended. It'll be a little bit of a departure from the original kind of like, or the original fantasy kind of ideas that I was talking about with this character. And that's okay. Most of it'll come out in the color phase because there'll be some cool like textures. Like you can imagine like kind of like fantasy-y, carbon fibery kind of things or patterning that wouldn't really exist in a fantasy context. But I also kind of want to introduce some of that design. There's like a real concept arty, sleek kind of like sci-fi design that you saw like really popular in like the early 2010s, maybe, for a lot of games. Like I have a ton of art books here that are all that same art style. Like ArtStation 5 to 10 to 5-10 years ago, in that like range, was just that kind of shit. It was awesome, and I loved it. I thought I was gonna go into that, so I'm gonna like channel a little bit of my boomer ArtStation vibes here, and hope nobody really minds. There's gonna be a little bit of that kind of like sci-fi material development there. Like, we're gonna make these boots like not leather. They're gonna be like kind of like a hard, kind of almost plastic looking like composite material. And so the armor is not going to be like very metallic. It's going to be more like you think of like sci-fi armor or whatever to be, which is that kind of like glossy sort of plasticky material, ceramic, things like that, with a couple of little metal shines on there. But I don't know. It's going to be a challenge. So maybe I'll need to take some reference at some point in time. We'll have to like go deep on that and do a little dive while introducing still the classic things like we expect, like, you know, belts and shit. Because look, man, it doesn't matter how sci-fi your setting is. Belts are important. Yeah, come on, dude. Come on. Who are we talking about here, after all? Though Mr. Pixel did so she's not really an adventurer. This is like a heroic character, and more of a narrative character. So there's a couple of things like adventurers I usually do. I mean, you guys saw the last one, Izzy and the monk, Zora, that Mel asked for. Those ones are very much like, I don't know, adventurers, right? They have that entire vibe to them. So we're gonna have to like try and flex a little bit more of like, think of like Splash Art League of Legends champion kind of vibes today, maybe. Millified, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Thank you for the stretch reminder, Cass. I don't see the stretch reminders or any kind of reminders like that in my chat right now at all. I have to like look over my alerts and see it. So I mean, clothing and styling are the most difficult thing to do for fantasy that you want to make unique. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of inspiration you can take from artists like Wayne Reynolds that are like really master character designers that think more about the narrative of the character and the story, which is like really cool, you know, but it is a bit overwhelming if you're not like used to layering stuff, and it's very time consuming because you have to delete a lot of your old work, which is why I try and do as much of it as I can I do more of a comprehensive sketch, approval sketch. Like this is not real art. This is just the bullshit sketch. The approval sketch in which we hope our illustrious client will say, yes, that is not complete dog shit. Let us go with that idea. So, yeah, hopefully that's the best you can hope for with the client anyway. But doing a sort of a more comprehensive sketch like that will let you and give you room for more kind of, you know, of these sort of like layers and whatnot, without having to just, you know, delete shit that you spent time doing earlier on in the process. It'd be easier if I just said it in chat. No, that's okay. I gotta figure out what's going on with my OBS. So yeah, because like OBS, it's really been kind of borked recently. But I did remove a couple of canvases. So what I was doing is I was streaming to YouTube with a different canvas, and I realized that was stupid. So I'm streaming to YouTube with my main canvas right now, and it just broadcast both places. And then since TikTok revoked my streaming privileges because I didn't stream enough, because I fucked up apparently, I just removed that shit from the OBS altogether because it was roasting my computer anyway. So I don't know. I don't really know what to do about it. But regardless, here we are. Ashy Fart redeemed Ultra Mega Pepega loot box of infinite wishes. The Ultra Mega Pepega loot box. Holy shit. All right, Ashy. You want the Ultra Mega loot box? Okay, I'll do it for you. Stocked everywhere. I think I did a boo-boo on Discord because I don't know. I'll check when I get back. Got a rough now. Oh shit, Lunar, thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. Please go rest. You had an amazing stream. It sounded like your chat's amazing. Your community's dope. So, dude, Lunar, stop. You don't need to do that. Thanks for the sub as well. It's an honor to meet you, and I'll absolutely have to check your stream out because I really mean it when I say I just want to meet more artists and other streamers doing cool stuff. So, thanks for stopping by and thanks for the sub, Lunar. You're amazing. All right, Ashy, for your Ultra Mega Pepega loot box, do you want You know what? I'm not gonna ask what you want. I'm going to just pick. You get Triumphant Light. Okay. Okay. You ready, Ashy? There you go. Wait. Hold on. No. Wait. Oh, I hit open. Sorry. Okay. All right. That one. Okay. All right, Ashy. What do we got? All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Nothing. Damn it. Oh, wow. Sorry, Ashley. Don't know what I did on Discord. It's failing to load messages. Really? There's a React rule. It's an anti-bot thing. I should just be able to add you, like, as a member properly. Sometimes the React rule doesn't really work. So let me just force add you as a person so the Discord doesn't think you're a bot. Wait, why won't it let me add you as a... I think there might be a cooldown or something? That's so weird. Oh, there we go. Guild member, stray. Remove the stray role. That might have worked, I think. And make sure. Did people have a general role, or is it just the removal of the stray role? Remember, Blaze set it up. It is the guild initiate role. Okay, let me add that to you. Let me force it. Guild gates. Lunar. Add the guild initiate. Yeah, there's a React rule that is an anti-bot thing, but sometimes every once in a while it just doesn't work. So there you go. All right, you're in. You're in. Welcome in. Yeah. Like, yeah. Sorry about the confusion there, Lunar. Sometimes Discord's a little. It tries to lag out on you. If you had waited a little bit, it usually fixes itself. Usually, but sometimes it doesn't. So I'll just go manually do that once in a while. But yeah, I hope you had a great stream. Go rest. Do what you gotta do. Grab some food. Go do some things. Thank you again for the raid, the tier 1. You're a champion. Hell yeah. Thank you. Gasped. I know, Ashley. I'm sorry. You didn't get the Arceus. Now, if you'd gotten the golden Arceus, Ashley, I would have had to do princess fan art for you. But alas. Instead, I'll have to do princess fan art of Arendelle. That's right. Of Arendelle. So I saw that Arendelle finally debuted. Re-debuted? I don't know what the term is. Re-debuted, I think. Yeah. That's the one. Okay. Okay, where can we include some of our little dumb sci-fi material thingies? Might include some panel lines, like with Gundaming. We might Gundam her up a little bit. That might be the play. Is that name the kingdom from Frozen? Arendelle? It is, but I'm not sure who got to it first. Either Arendelle or Disney. But one of them ripped off the other massively. And either Disney or Arendelle owe somebody a lot of money. But I'm guessing Disney's not going to pay Arendelle for their flagrant use of her likeness and name on Twitch. That, or maybe there's a small chance that Arendelle might be a new Disney princess, and we just don't know. For some like future release project. Would she make a good Disney princess? To be honest, I should ask her. That's a great point, Adaria. There's like a new Disney movie out in theaters soon. And I was actually somewhat contemplating going to see it. I haven't seen a Disney movie in theaters. Like this one's not special in any way to me. But I haven't just seen like a Disney movie in theaters since the last time I saw a Disney movie in theaters, like a kids movie. Obviously like Star Wars and shit are Disney movies. But the last time I saw like a Disney production, like animation film in theater was, I think, Big Hero 6. And I saw it at BlizzCon, or in Anaheim at the movie theater. Sorry, I was there for BlizzCon, but I saw it at the movie theater in downtown Disney, which was really cool to see a Disney movie in Disney on like the opening weekend. That's why we did it. We're like, do we care about this dumb movie? Not really, but let's go see it. Let's go see what it's like to see a opening weekend movie in, you know, for Disney in Disney or whatever. And it was fun, you know, it was really cool. We enjoyed ourselves. So I kind of had this urge, this itch, this whatever to do so again for whatever reason. I just want to do more movies this year, I feel like. No real good reason as to why, but you know, it's fun. Leave me alone. It was the most because otherwise they would have sued them. Yes, fair enough. It's Disney, you know, they're never wrong. Yeah. That's right. They've never made a mistake with their legal team, even once, ever. Never happened. Wouldn't happen. Not Disney. Disney of all things, after all? Wow, hold on. Okay. Dude, spears are so hard to like. They're so hard to like set on character designs like this, and have them not look kind of like they're stretching the composition too much. I like drawing them, but I wish that I had like more requests to like paint spears instead of like drawing character designs with spears. So I could just not and say like, hey, we're doing the design without the spear, but she seemed to be like pretty important to her or whatever. I don't know. One single Disney movie I've seen in theater was Moana. Really? Why Moana? I went on a dive in my like mid-20s, late 20s, whatever, to watch Disney movies with Ella, because Ella's a big Disney fan. We all know that. But there's a lot of like more modern, more contemporary Disney movies, and even not that modern and contemporary, but still more so than we were acquainted with. And so we went on this dive one year and watched like every Disney movie we hadn't seen, for the most part. And it was cool, man. You know, I found like some of my favorite Disney movies are the more contemporary ones. Like Princess and the Frog, I really liked that one. Tangled was good. You know, Moana was cool. There's like a lot of like really good movies that they're still making. It's pretty neat, man. I'm impressed. They're still doing Disney things out there. Also, I saw was Big Hero 6 or Brave, whichever came out last. Yeah, Brave was more recent, I think. I don't know. You over Disney? Yeah, that's fair. No, it's cool. Like I mean, for the longest time, Ella and I were going to BlizzCon every year, so we were going to Disneyland, because we were there already. And it's like, if you're gonna go to Disneyland or to BlizzCon, you may as well also go to BlizzCon, or the other way around. You know what I mean? Anyway. And it's fun, man. It's fun to just, I like places that are themed, you know? I like theme parks. I like places with good theming. It's just fun to go. Myself, because character sheet I was talking about can only be downloaded as an SVG file because of the size constraints. The fuck is that? I don't think I've touched an SVG since I was doing graphic design for big companies. Good God. Wasn't counting Marvel, otherwise it would be Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, I didn't see the Deadpool Wolverine movie. Ella really wanted me to. She wanted me to go see it, but I don't know. It's tough to get me to go see a movie in the theaters. They're just so expensive, and the whole process is such a thing now. But part of me wanted to go see this movie in April is because I feel like I've kind of missed the cinema, as it were. And I kind of want to get that back at least a little bit. Go back and see movies again. Like, I missed Dune in theaters. I really wanted to see Dune in theaters. Dune is the exact kind of movie that somebody my age would like. Some like old boomery fucking ancient relic of a franchise resurrected from the dead with a big fancy cinematic kind of vibe to it. Hell yeah, dude. Going to BlizzCon, you may as well go to BlizzCon. Yeah, if you're going to BlizzCon, you may as well go to Disneyland. It's right there. Never done any Disney stuff. I kind of wanted to do the Star Wars experience, even if it was bad. The Star Wars land in Disney is really good. It's really good. It is. We had the first year that we went to Disneyland after Galaxy's Edge came out was one of my favorites, because the theming and all the stuff to do with Star Wars Land is really fantastic. It's expensive, but it's great. You know, I think even as an older Star Wars fan, I like it. It was still designed with that Star Wars heart in mind. Music from John Williams. The all the places to eat there feel great, especially the bar, the Oga's Cantina was awesome. It was really cool. The one thing I haven't done in Star Wars Land was I have not. The ride was fun. You know, I've only done one of the rides, the Millennium Falcon one. It was like fun. It wasn't my favorite ride in Disneyland, but it was fun. It wasn't like, oh, I regret that. It was like, okay, cool. I'm glad I did that. Will I stand in line for it again? Maybe 20 minutes. Will I stand in line hours to do it again? Probably not. But it was great. It was fun. The new one I haven't done because we haven't been to Disneyland, obviously, since there hasn't been a BlizzCon we've gone to since like 2018 or some shit like that. So it's been a while. But I think it's probably pretty cool. And the one experience I've never done there was the lightsabers, because Ella built her own lightsaber years ago with like really top end stuff, and I don't think I'd want to pay $200 US, which is the price of it, $200 or $250 for a lightsaber that feels pretty cheap. Now, obviously, it is an experience, and so it's like $200 US for two people to go to the lightsaber building thing. Probably worth it. Is the lightsaber you get on the other end, is it worth the price? It's probably a cool like $100 lightsaber. So is the Jedi lightsaber building experience worth $100 to you? That's a question, you know, probably, like at least once. But no, I've never done that part. But the whole place is great, Samurai. If you ever get a chance to pop over to stateside, and you can go to Disney World or Disneyland or whatever, and you have a chance to go to Star Wars Land, or Galaxy's Edge as it's called, I think it's fantastic. I think it's pretty phenomenal. You'll have fun. It was my 12th since I was in high school at the time. Wait, what? I think I'm missing something. Dune was the movie to see in theaters, like in Dolby IMAX? Right. Yeah, no, exactly. I feel like I missed out on that so bad, because at the time, I just didn't, like, there's a couple of movies I really wanted to go see in theaters. I wanted to see the new Blade Runner. I wanted to see Dune, and then I wanted to see Dune 2. And I missed out on all of them because theaters are tough for me because they're very expensive, so I don't like doing that. And I also have an issue with going to movie theaters. Thank you, Sir Shadow. Well, I appreciate that. I have an issue with going to theaters where I am allergic to a lot of very strong fragrances, so perfumes. And I've had problems in the past where I've gone to a theater and I've sat down and somebody like before me has been wearing cologne or perfume on the back of their neck. And I'll get up after 2 or 3 hours and I'll have a really bad reaction to it. So it sucks. So typically when I go to theater, I need to like put my jacket down behind me. So I'd only go to theaters like in the winter because, you know, that's where you bring your jacket out and shit. So I just said, fuck, it's not worth the experience for so long. And I didn't go see a movie for years, but I really wanted to see those movies, Dune and Blade Runner, in theaters. And I kind of wanted to see the new Avatar in theaters, but I don't know. Again, expensive. So yeah, shit. I really wish I'd seen Dune with the full cinematic experience, because that I think is a film that benefits from everything, maybe more than other movies or whatever. So I don't know. I'm still a little butthurt about it. I'll be all right. I'll survive. I'm sure. One way or another, we'll get through this together, I'm sure. The local theaters managed to keep the prices really cheap. It's not too bad. They're only around 30 miles, so they get enough business to keep it going. That's, yeah, sure, cool. I don't know. I like it. I mean, it isn't so much the like when I think about the whole thing, all in, I think it's about $100 for Ella and I to go have a movie night out. Canadian, because I think that it's like $25 or no, it's $25 or $30 per ticket to go to the nice theaters, and then yeah, and then you end up paying like $40 for snacks. So it's like somewhere between $80 and $100 for two people to go out for a movie, and that's tough, you know. Went to the IMAX for Dune. The sound design was the high point. Really benefits from the setup, right? And I feel like if I watch Dune at in my home Samurai, I'm just gonna be let down by it because I'm not gonna have the whole set, like, you know, sound experience or whatever, right? So I'm on my 12th birthday because I was 13 when I was in high school. That's cute. I can go and star in your little Moana adventure in high school. There you go. I like that. So, new Avatar, I think it's really funny that the next series after Korra is post-apocalyptic because Korra destroyed the world. Is that actually... Are you messing with me, Dury, or is that actually a thing? Is this canon? Is this the new Avatar series? Wait, what? Tickets at mine are $6 USD unless they're 3D. Really? I want to go to Cineplex. Ella, let's go to Cineplex tonight. Let's see. Cineplex movie tickets, Calgary. Let's go into town and we'll go see Snow White. I'm sure that movie is good. What's the new movie? Snow White. All right. Buy tickets. Get tickets. Okay. How do I get tickets? Get ticket. Ticket. How much is ticket? Date, March 25th. Oh, that's not March 25th today, is it? It is March 25th. Oh, okay. Well, rip. Why is it loading? I want to know how much tickets are. All right. Let's go to 7 p.m. Ultra AVX D-Box Dolby Atmos. Let's see. Motherfucker, I'm not logging in. Just tell me how much the fucking tickets are. Just tell me how much the tickets are. Okay, well, this experiment was incredibly short-lived because apparently I need to log in to know how much the fucking tickets are. So, it's Tuesday, so tickets are cheaper. Okay, well, that's fine. I don't mind that if the tickets are cheaper on a Tuesday or whatever. We'll go see the movie on a Tuesday. Not Snow White, obviously. I'm not going to go see Snow White in theaters. Come on. But, like, I'm just curious if the ticket prices have gone up or if movies are at all affordable anymore. You know? Canon, yeah? Really? Oh, shit, dude. I had no idea. That's tragic, I guess. So when is this new Avatar series, and does this mean that Dragon Prince is over? Are we done with the Draconic Prince? Or do we still have more Dragon Prince to go whilst Avatar, the something airbender? Wait, did Korra actually destroy the world? How, like, is this like, oh, Korra destroyed the world after the series, or did Korra, like, in the series? How did the series end? Is she a villain now in the story? Like, wait, what? I'm so confused. Avatar lore is so ancient and archaic for me that I have no idea what the fuck's going on with it half the time. I haven't, like, seriously considered it in a long time, so... We gotta give her some sort of a side knife dagger type thing. I know it's more of a character design for the heroic character rather than an adventurer, but I still feel like she'd have some sort of a dagger or knife or something, right? Right? Makes sense. I only do like 3 movies a year at the IMAX. Everything else is just we have that at home meme. Right, yeah. I don't know, is there anything coming up? Like, you know what was fun, Samurai? In May, I went and saw, like last May, I went and saw Star Wars Episode 1 in theaters. That was cool, dude. That was really cool. Ella had never seen it in theaters because, I don't know why. we were both the same age when it came out, more or less. But yeah, Ella never saw it in theaters, so we went and showed Ella Star Wars Episode 1 for the first time in theaters, and it was totally life-changing for her. It was like seeing the movie a whole first time over for her, so that was fun to watch. We also went and saw a Gundam movie in theaters. That was cool, just because it was like, you know, you'd see a Gundam movie. It would have been better if the Gundam movie was better. The Gundam movie kind of fucking sucked, but it was based off of Seed, so of course it sucked. If it was like the new Hathaway movie or whatever, it would have been cool. Not Anne Hathaway. Hathaway's a character from Gundam. She set off a spirit bomb in the middle of the world capital by opening a third portal. Then she and Asami, remember who that is, went off the be in implied lesbian relationships in the spirit world. So Korra destroyed the world knowingly? Was that? She opened the spirit gate, so she destroyed the world. Now people hate the Avatar. Why did she do that? Catch me up real quick. Why did Korra destroy the world? Did she have to, or is she a villain? Wait, what? I don't remember Korra being a villain. I don't really remember Legend of Korra. I don't remember Avatar: The Last Airbender either. I thought they were both fine, but I don't remember that. It was just one of those implied endings where it's like, ooh, what happened? I don't know. It's crazy. That I was like, oh, I bet everything worked out, but it actually didn't. Is this like some shit? Is there some Avatar drama here? I just go ask Mendy. She decided this is better and just did it. Really? Okay, cool. Well, why did they think that was a good idea? I'm feeling like I'm missing something here. Like I'm a little lost. I don't really understand why. Because that kind of like ends the story, doesn't it? I'm not mistaken. Right? Story over? No more Avatar? What's up, Crab? Good to see you, dude. How you doing? What's up? There's a multi-episode story about how humans and spirits cannot coexist and how the spirits need to stay in their world. I'm sorry, spirits? Was this a theme through Korra that I'm forgetting? Okay. Anyway. So her takeaway was that she needed to open the spirit portal and let them back into the human world. How did that destroy the world? Is this like a Jurassic Park type thing? Or how did that... She did also lose her connection to all of the past avatars, so she did kind of ruin the avatar cycle too. Okay, I see. Hashtag building my portfolio for Blizzard HQ. Ooh, what are you applying for at Blizzard? That's cool. Here's her theme in the original too. Were they? I don't remember them being like a big thing. Like there was like a couple of spirits, but I don't remember it being like a big like thing, you know? I would say, dude, I have to watch Avatar again because I'm forgetting all this shit. But that's not gonna happen. This is not enough time in the day to do that shit for me. The face stealer is all I need to know. What the fuck is that? What? Okay, hold on. What were the writers? What was their like? Why did Korra destroy the world? Let's see. The claim that Avatar Korra destroyed the world is a misinterpretation of the events in Avatar Legend of Korra series. In reality, Korra left the spirit portal open, believing humans and spirits could coexist harmoniously, not destroy the world. Well, there you have it. Google AI overview apparently says you're all wrong. Get bent. Get dunked on, nerds. See? Somebody on Reddit is arguing hard enough that Korra didn't destroy the world to the point where even the Google sort of like search engine like overview thingy is sucking the copium apparently. Can I get on the animation job? But I'm just building my drawing first before the animation since summer semester will be coming up soon, and I can build on that. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to build for that, Crab, I would seriously try and focus your work around storyboarding. Yeah, I gave up sort of an opportunity to go do storyboard things at Blizzard. It's kind of a big regret of mine, but I don't know if it was maybe for the best. But storyboard is more about your storytelling sense and your general compositional sense than your actual artistic skill. So storyboarding is a place where you can absolutely get in on as a intern, whatever, and then get hired or kept on to the storyboarding team. So yeah, not just animation. I would focus on storyboarding as your intro point, because I know that, like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, is Mark Messenger still at Blizzard? Mark. Yeah, so I still have a number for one of the directors at Blizzard. So, yeah, I would I'd focus on like Mark's a great dude. If you can get in contact with him as a storyboard artist, he's a substantially phenomenal human being. I mean, all the directors are actually there, not just Mark. I just know Mark the best. You got the important parts, which is story of Avatar 1, the ending episode or 2 of Korra. Okay. I'll focus on that too because that's my summer class. Excellent. Get after it. Korra started taking itself too seriously and I stopped watching. That's the thing. I don't remember being mad at Korra as a show. I remember thinking, like this is my hottest take about Avatar. I remember thinking that Korra was just as good as Avatar: The Last Airbender. I didn't get all the hate. I didn't get people who were super mad about Legend of Korra. I was like, I don't know, it's like a boppy little kids show. Like, it seems fine. What's the problem here? You know, I don't have a problem with it. I thought it was chill. I thought it was fun. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. There's a lot of unhappy Airbender fans with Korra that I never really understood the displeasure. Did you get mad, lost your interest? Yeah, I wasn't saying you got mad, Dex. I'm just saying that's what happened with a lot of people. Like, I'm saying that's a balanced take. You know, most people I talk to, they're just like, yeah, Korra was whatever. It was meh. A lot of people are like, oh, Korra, you mean the thing that ruined Avatar? Like, what? Seemed fine to me, I guess. I don't know. Korra show was fine. Korra the sequel to Avatar was really bad. Okay. So it was because that it was playing off of Avatar. But that's the thing. I mean, I didn't even think that, like, I didn't realize so many people loved Avatar: The Last Airbender as much as they did until I started streaming. Like, I'll admit, I had no idea. It wasn't until I first started streaming on Twitch and people were like Mendari and the D&D crowd were talking about like Last Airbender like it was this like religious text along the same lines in fantasy as like Lord of the Rings or whatever. I was always kind of like, what? You guys... Oh yeah, you remember that show from back in the day? What about this show being... Wait, what? I don't know. It's very interesting for me. Do some flowy fabric here. It's gonna be dope. Enjoyed Legend of Korra because it felt more mature than most of the cartoons at the time. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Maybe. I don't know. It's very bizarre. I live about a few minutes away from Blizzard HQ, so I'd be a huge thing to get onto. Also, Rooster Teeth HQ is near me too. Oh, so you live in like down in Irvine or Mission Veo around there? Well, that's cool. Yeah, fuck yeah. If you already live down there, dude. That's the worst part about the Blizzard sort of like introductory experience is how little you get paid. But if you already have like living experience or expenses paid for, you can like live with your parents or whatever for the first couple of years, you're golden. Fuck yeah. It's a very formative show for a lot of people. But that's the thing. Why? That's what I never really got is why the cult of love around Avatar? Not that I'm saying people are wrong for it. I just don't understand it. I didn't personally get anything more out of Avatar than I got from any other cartoon at the time. Or any other anime or whatever. It was just a fun show. But yeah, I never really like understood that. And again, I'm not like mocking it or upset or whatever. Like that's cool if that's a formative show and you like loved it and shit. That's awesome, dude. That's fucking rad. Like hell yeah. But I just don't really understand it, I guess, if that makes sense. If you Avatar to have the same level of impact as Lord of the Rings, it was just aimed at a younger audience instead. I don't think that's objectively true. That's the one thing that I like, because Lord of the Rings spawned an entire genre. Avatar is an entry into that genre. I don't think the impact of Lord of the Rings can be overstated. And I think that like you can love Avatar and make it your entire personality, but the unknown impact of Lord of the Rings, like fantasy shows and TV and whatnot, in some way or another have Lord of the Rings to thank, because it's kind of paved the way for the shows that, and for the Lord of the Rings paved the way for the fantasy media that paves the way. So I don't quite, I can't quite get on board with that. I think that yeah, not because the problem is that Avatar impacted a generation of young people. Lord of the Rings has had a continuous influence through a long time, like decades of fantasy media. So no, I'm not sure if that's like that's in. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I just personally disagree. I think that's awesome if you feel like that's the sort of the same like impact of it. That's fucking cool. That's what I mean. People think that it is this like thing like Lord of the Rings. Like that generation, people view it in that sort of religious kind of text way, and that's cool. But that's just where I just can't like that. That's where I stop understanding it, because that's the way I see it. And when somebody says that, I'm a little bit like, okay, now I'm a little bit caught. Like I don't really know how to process that like opinion. Because it's great, like, you know, if that is the opinion, that's fucking sick. Like, keep and hold and defend that opinion. That's perfectly fine. But, no, I don't know. Like that's the thing. I'm not quite sure where the... Wait, like, why Avatar? What is it about it? Because no, people will say, oh yeah, it's this big formative thing. But, like, I ask why, and people are like, oh, because it was a great show. I'm like, why? Because it was a great story. Why? And that's when people just kind of blink at me. They're like, oh, I don't know. I just like it. And I'm like, okay. Oh, fuck. Damn it. That's not what I was looking for. Shit. Ah. Fuck. I think maybe because it was most people's first anime. Do you think Avatar got people in anime then? Yeah, air quotes anime. Obviously, it's not an anime, but... Did Avatar introduce people to anime? Probably a substantial amount. I think you're right about that. It's what ushered in a lot of people. That's why it's so loved. There's the doorman giving warm greetings. Yeah. Interesting. So it was the first, like, maybe like accessible narrative adventure for people. Oh yeah, Avatar is definitely a gateway to anime. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Yeah. Because Avatar functioned in a lot of ways very anime-esque comparatively to a lot of more modern cartoons. You know, because as an entry into that kind of Nickelodeon sphere, Avatar really had a... Why's my phone been on this entire time with Pokemon TCG up? God damn it, Ashy. I'm blaming her for this. It kind of showed people like what is possible from like animation media, that it didn't have to be like Jackie Chan Adventures and like those kind of like old school style. Like it could be more narrative and more story driven, more dramatic, more theatric, which anime had been doing for a long time. It's just it hasn't really been popular in the West. Now I wonder if so. That's very interesting because it's like this generation gap happened. So here's what I'm curious about. So during the anime era, for people who are like my age and older, so people who are older than me, their gateway into anime happened with the it was pretty underground, right? And the time being for this was maybe the people who were born in the 80s. People born in the 90s, our like introduction to anime was things like Dragon Ball Z, like Inuyasha, and these were all dubs. And so this wasn't the Pokemon like side of things, but Pokemon did have a small impact. But like real animes, you're like Escaflowne. And then there was this like gap right here, and now we have modern anime, right? And also in here actually was the beginning of the big three. So, you know, Bleach was a big one, or One Piece for a lot of people. Sure, fair enough. But then in this kind of like vacuum here, we have this entire generation, people maybe born in like the 2000s. They're of that kind of like mid, because most people who consider Avatar to be a formative piece of media like that tend to be in their 20s, right? Because the 80s people were around 10 or 11 years old in the 90s. The 90s people were around 10 or 11 years old in the 2000s. And so the people who were born in the 2000s were about 10 and 11 years old around then. So it all kind of works out. But anyway, so this is where Avatar is. So now in the modern anime, people get into anime through simply anime. So My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, whatever, man. Like pick your poison. And so this, like, we have modern anime, this doesn't matter. But in that vacuum here, where Avatar was the gateway, I wonder what was happening in anime. Oh my god, you know what I think was happening? I think there was exhaustion. Hold on, I'm going to figure this out. I think shonen anime was having an exhaustion state here. So Dragon Ball Z had basically ended. Inuyasha and those ones had ended in the West anyway. A lot of like Bleach ended, like Death Note basically wasn't a thing. Like all the big animes were kind of over. And during this era of anime, we had like the KyoAni kind of like era start. But this is not accessible to people because it's not mainstream. So I wonder if like in this entire, and then the fatigue sort of like trailed on enough so that modern anime with Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, those kind of animes, shonen modern mainstream anime kind of came back. So I wonder, I think based on just my like fucking brain calculations here and timing, I think maybe Avatar came in when there was a vacuum and no current big big narrative animes that were mainstream that could tell that kind of show, that like that sort of style of narrative over long periods of time in a meaningful way to people. Interesting. I wonder if that's what happened, why it's sort of that gateways, because there wasn't other gateways. It came out at the perfect time, which makes me wonder if Avatar came out in the 90s, would it have been the same sort of, or had the same kind of beloved audience? Interesting. Finding other artists to create was a big thing for Lord of the Rings. From progressive rock albums, almost a creation of a hobby. D&D owns so much Tolkien. Whatever. Yeah, I can't. You know, I can't understate the importance of Lord of the Rings, right? Even more so in fantasy than fantasies. Which who wrote fantasies? The Scottish author, I believe it was. The first era of fantasy air quotes, piece of media still wasn't as formative to fantasy as Lord of the Rings was. Evangelion was quite a signpost. JRPGs were another anime gateway. Oh, right. Yeah, the advent of the Final Fantasy series, JRPGs. That's a good point. That was all in the 90s as well. It was how they treat and develop the culture within the story and the themes within the story that you can pick up as a child but can grasp as an adult. Right, the same kind of things you get from those other animes that are more satisfying than the American cartoons that you're watching on Sunday morning or Saturday morning. Really? Okay, I think that's maybe what happened. I think Avatar came out at the perfect time to be that gateway for not only like you had to pick one of the 3 animes that are out there, but Avatar was the show for everyone. That's why it's so universal. Interesting. It's also not in the shonen genre is equally appealing to teens of both genders. Well, the shonen genre is also very loose there because people who are anime fans, you're right about that. It did definitely have female leads that did not feel like classical shonen. But that's the thing about a lot of the big 3 is that it had a lot of American, like the gender distribution from shonen shows in the West and in Japan is actually very different. Whereas a lot of like depending on where you are, women will relate to the female characters in shonen anime more than other parts of the world, which is very interesting. It's a good point to bring up next. Characters from Avatar had a lot of more growth personality than other shows I watched as a kid. The exception of Toph. Right, like that's the thing. So if you're looking for a piece of media that was bigger and more important and more impactful than what your current shows were, and you don't have the ability to access, like you're a kid. Like kids are stupid, right? When we're kids, we only watch TV. We didn't consume media of like whatever. We didn't go to books and all this kind of shit. I know I'm generalizing, but you know what I mean? So TV shows were the important ways to get the attention of kids. I don't know what they're doing today because like TV doesn't really exist anymore. So yeah, you're right about that. You know, there was like, where did you go when you hit that point in time where you're done watching Batman, you're done watching Justice League, you're done watching superheroes and Ben 10, whatever the like the poppy superhero kind of show that you grew up watching. Whenever you're done with that and you're looking for something more, if you were in the 90s, you went to Dragon Ball and things like that. And Bleach and whatever, if you're born in the 90s. And if you're born in 2000s, you had nowhere to go but Avatar. So everyone just funneled into that one thing, which I'm not discounting how good Avatar is. It's like clearly a show worthy of being in that title. But I think the reason why it was so formative is that there almost wasn't another show to pick at the time that had the same kind of like quality, vibe, standard, whatever. That's interesting, man. I think I get it now. Because I was too old for Avatar then when it came out. Because Avatar came out and I saw it as another entry. Because I already had this like block list of great shows. So Avatar wasn't that formative for me because it's like I'd already been through all these like long-term narrative developments, that Avatar was just another great entry into that. Interesting. That's cool, man. I think I get it now more. I think I get why people are so like opinionated about. So then I get it now. I understand. Then people who then had that first formative moment with Avatar, then they see Korra as a betrayal of that. When I see that at Korra as just like I don't know, it's another fucking entry into Avatar. Who cares? So that's why people hate Korra so much. Then who loved Avatar is because it wasn't just one of many shows developments that you didn't like. It was an entire stain on the thing that you formed your opinions on narrative media with. So this is also why so many artists in their 20s have that Critical Role fan art style. Because the Critical Role fan art style is heavily referencing to the Nickelodeon pseudo-anime that Avatar had, and that's why artists in their 20s do that shit. Now I fucking get that too. Dude, that's so cool. Holy shit. Be similar to Frodo keeping the ring. Sure, yeah. Dragon Ball is actually so amazing. Watching it at the moment, just can't get away from it. Really? Yeah. I think the last Dragon Ball or any Dragon Ball media that I really watched or whatever was probably the Cell saga or Majin Buu. Buu was after Cell, right? I think it was Majin Buu or Cell, whichever one came after. I think it was Majin Buu, right? That was the last one. after so? I don't know. This is a question for people in their 30s. This is a fucking boomer question. Who cares? Old anime fans yell at Cloud. That's interesting. Okay, so that's why people who are older than like 30 or so don't get Avatar in the same way that people are in their 20s. Nor will people who are younger than their 20s give a shit about Avatar either. Right? Because they have what, or, although hold on, we might have something here with teenagers now as they enter their 20s and having the stage of their life where they actually have relevant, coherent opinions. Because I'm sorry, when you're a teenager, your opinions are not relevant or coherent. You don't figure out how to make them relevant and coherent until you're probably somewhere in your 20s. It's true for me, it's true for you, it's true for everybody you know, with some exceptions. But anyway, I'm just shit talking. So when they, like, what do you, if you came up then when you were 10 years old and you were watching Avatar and you had a cousin that was born that was fucking 0 days old during Avatar, and now they're 10 years old after Avatar, what are they excited about? Are they back into anime? Are they back into now like Demon Slayer and the big popular franchises out today? Like, what do teenage anime fans or even teenage like nerds in America and the West like? Because I think it is now back to anime. I think it's back to now Demon Slayer is the show. Like, Demon Slayer is bigger than any anime has ever been, as far as I know. Ever. There's never been an anime as big as Demon Slayer, from what I understand. I'm pretty sure like that's like a pretty well accepted fact. And so a lot of that has to do with now the acceptance and the modernization of storytelling through anime and shows and narrative, and also the full like translation, distribution, whatever. It's now a worldwide thing. And so now this generation's Avatar is Demon Slayer. So you just had like, it started in Japan, Avatar stayed in Japan. That's interesting. Boo was actor Cell. Okay. Fuck yeah. Starting to wake up this morning. Oh, what's up, Azalea? What's up? Time for some caffeine. Let's get it. I'm gonna touch the case when I can actually answer this. I'm fair enough, right? When I've seen anime conventions, a lot of Demon Slayer, Free-Run, and Genshin fans. Yeah, for real. Twice a year, my nephew's 10 and years younger than me, and yes, One Piece, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia are absolutely the gateway now. Right? Yeah. Oh, interesting. I'm curious that One Piece is having a resurgence to that generation. But definitely, like if you are 12 years old right now, Demon Slayer is the fucking shit, right? Like, it is the absolute shit. There's nothing cool in Demon Slayer right now, I think, right? And all the other shonens like My Hero and whatever. This is actually really cool because now I'm starting to understand the way that it's affecting the art world too. The midpoint when it comes to Avatar, right? Yeah, there's gonna be generational sort of like transitioning kind of age ranges in there too. Yeah. Or I wonder how much gacha games, like Nick said, that all the like the 20-year-old peepos are cosplaying Genshin characters. I wonder if the gacha games are also taking away for some of that, which would be really bad. Definitely anime. I have a lot of teenage family, and they're all on My Hero and Demon Slayer. Okay, so we just fucking cracked the case then. Yeah, I mean, this is all still anecdotal, but I think that's what happened. I think that, so that's why people... That's why, and this is why so many people in the D&D sphere care about that, because D&D is going to be the most, dude, okay, hold on. Here's the last part of this. This is why the art style and why Avatar is so important to D&D players right now, because most D&D players today are in their mid-20s. Because D&D players in their 30s and 40s, they don't play D&D anymore. They're too old. They can't get a party. They have kids, 5 kids, 2 dogs, 3 jobs, 7 wives, and 4 houses. So they don't play D&D anymore. They just wistfully talk about D&D. Even people my age in our 30s, they hardly ever play D&D as well. So it's people in their 20s that are playing D&D, because it also, you were like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, around there when the patch hit, when the fucking, Rona patch hit. And so you're at home. What do? You love narrative. You grew up watching and loving Avatar, and now D&D comes out, and that's why you treat D&D like an Avatar game. Holy fuck, I get it now. That's actually really cool. So that's why the current modern D&D, and then check it out. If D&D survives as a hobby through another generation, right? and or sorry, not just survives, but has another generational surge. Because if D&D doesn't survive, then while all of you 20-something-year-olds are in your 30s and 40s, you'll all fondly remember D&D the way the Greybeards remember D&D as Lord of the Rings stuff. If you're 60, 70 years old and you played D&D since the beginning, or whatever, or even you're 50, I guess, you remember the Lord of the Rings in D&D. If you're 40s, you still remember the Lord of the Rings in D&D. If you're 30s, you remember a little bit more of the contemporary D&D, but still not a big Lord of the Ringsian influence. And now if you're in your 20s, you remember Avatar style D&D, Critical Role, fantastical, theatrical, cartoony D&D. And so as you go into your 30s and 40s, you will keep that style of D&D because that's the style of D&D you learned how to play and you loved. And then if D&D has another resurgence in another 10 years and the hobby survives, that's when you're going to get anime D&D. Dude, when the 10-year-olds today are 23 years old and they have no responsibilities, they have some loser job, they've just like earning or got their degree and they're not real people yet, they're not married, they're not doing anything important with their lives, and they have 30 hours a week to play D&D, we're going to see some of the most anime shit we've ever seen in D&D. Holy God. You guys just wait. We're going to see the most anime shit we've ever seen in D&D. My God. That's cool. That's really cool. What was your first anime? Because I can't remember my first one between Bleach, Hellsing, Sailor Moon, or Dragon Ball, Inuyasha. So first anime was probably Dragon Ball. But when you're watching Dragon Ball dubbed, it doesn't really count as an anime. You don't really think of it as an anime. It's like, oh, it's my first anime. In like the very early 90s. The first time I ever watched an anime in sub was Evangelion. And then my second anime was Love Hina. Because I was so depressed from Evangelion that the guy at the game store was like, oh, here, watch this now to cheer up. Just watch his entire series. You'll feel better. Just no serious, fucking existential Nietzschean Jung kind of psychology and existential dread. Just a dude that falls in the bath and grabs a girl's, booba, and that's the entire plot of the show. And I was like, okay, good. It's just like reset my brain to not be as depressed all the time. Younger Brother's 12 is pretty much exclusively watches stuff on Netflix, so he watches Naruto and Hunter x Hunter. Really? I wonder then if that is going to be part of the new generation too, with the sort of democratization of streaming services all around the globe. But then the accessibility increases, obviously, and now we have people who are getting into the old stuff as well, like Naruto. Naruto or Boruto? Like new Naruto or like old Naruto? That's the question, though. Whereas an anime-inspired book for 5e just came out ironically. Yeah, wrong time for that. If you want to have... Like, this is why Critical Role is so popular. It's because Critical Role is enthusiastic about that animation. Oh my god, because the voice actors have the same pedigree and were the young voice cast around the same time Avatar came out. Holy fuck, that's even more perfect timing for why Critical Role is the relevant center of D&D right now. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm learning shit about this. We're tracing that. Now I get why first. So from posing the question, why does Avatar matter that so much to people? I now understand why modern D&D is that way. Billy's watch Boruto. Okay, so like old school stuff. Interesting. One Piece is rather long, but it's worth watching. One Piece is fine. It's long though. The thing about One Piece is you can start on the great thing about One Piece is you could start watching One Piece today on the current episode and you'd be fine. Give yourself 10 episodes, you'll be in it. You don't need to watch the ancient fucking legacy logs of One Piece. It's like a Pokemon season. You can watch any Pokemon season or episode today and be good. And never have to feel like you are, Yeah, One Piece is fine. That's so interesting. So we'll see how the Avatar, like I think every generation doesn't necessarily handle the binding or the burgeoning irrelevancy of their media. We'll see how the Avatar fans feel about the anime fans coming up behind them. When the Avatar fans, when the 20-somethings now are in their 30s, and the relevant sort of cultural movers who are like teenagers now are in their 20s at the time, we're gonna see. We'll see how they handle that, or if they're like, "Get me out of this anime shit," or if they transition pretty well into that and say, Yes, bring on your new anime shit for me. What a fun culture tour today. Yeah, it's cool, actually. I like this kind of stuff. It was Bleach, because I have a vivid memory of Toshido versus Halle Bell. I didn't watch Bleach that much, so... No, what anime first anime was Fairy Tail. Interesting, man. Yeah, like, is there anything that's new out that, like, so, is there anything that's suggesting the Demon Slayer kids are gonna be replaced by a different anime? What anime charts 2025. Popularity. Is there like a way to see this? Like, what is the the most popular anime currently? Is it still Demon Slayer? It is still Demon Slayer. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen. That's another one that's newer. I forgot about that one. So Jujutsu Kaisen might also be the next one. Attack on Titan's over. One Piece doesn't count. One Piece is like entering into Shin-chan era, which is good or bad depending on how you look at it. What else? Chainsaw Man didn't count. Spy Family didn't count. One Punch Man didn't count. Black Clover doesn't really count. Does it do Bleach? What the fuck? Alright. Solo leveling. Is solo leveling, though, as accessible to that age range? I don't think it is, right? Isn't solo leveling meant more for, like power fantasy craving 20-something-year-olds that don't make any money, are irrelevant, have no power to exert in the world, and want to have a power fantasy of being someone that actually matters? Isn't that the solo leveling crowd? My people, in other words? No, I think solo leveling's too mature. I don't think solo leveling is hitting the 10-year-olds like Demon Slayer does. Because that's the required like age range, and it needs to be like averaged out at like 13, 14, 15, but popular from like 8 to 18 almost. What's this list from? Crunchyroll's oh, I just googled it. Yeah, just googled it. see what Google's like aggregate search thing is. Korean webtoons are gaining. You know, that's a good point. Maybe the Korean webtoon scene. Well, I do think that the Korean webtoon scene, though, is still prioritizing an older demographic. Like Solo Leveling being an example of that, the Korean webtoon scene, even the non-overly sort of like webtoony stuff, I think it's still prioritizing people in their 20s-ish. I don't think that they're making stuff for, like... Demon Slayer is still pretty wholesome. Don't call me out like that? I'm sorry, Maggie. My bad. I didn't mean to... I could have just said Maggie, you know? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, this isn't like... So, this is not a guy on a fun adventure. Solo leveling, like, and I don't mean to insult people who love solo leveling, because I totally get why it's fun, because you can love solo leveling for any reason. But solo leveling, these kind of like revenge story, like light novels and stuff, they pander to somebody who's already kind of gotten shit on a little bit in life, and that's a great story. It's like pander is maybe not the right word. They appeal to. You could accuse them of pandering, right? But I wouldn't definitively say one or the other. I think that with the webtoons, there's definitely like a more mature vibe where you have to sort of like be somebody that kind of understands the value of like all Demon Slayer and My Hero Academia is basically like, yeah, I want to be a hero, man, you know, whereas something like that's more mature idea of like retaking or reclaiming some power in life or whatever. So plus Crunchyroll is slowly going obsolete. Yeah, I maintain a Crunchyroll subscription for probably more than a decade. But while Crunchyroll lost more of the anime scene to like Funimation didn't count, they were relevant, so I was fine just being Crunchyroll. And then Crunchyroll started losing Netflix, and I was like, uh-oh. And then Amazon, and I was like, uh-oh. And then like Hulu and High Dive and whatever else, I just said, fuck it, I'm just not buying a sub anymore. Plus, I just haven't watched an anime in years, to be honest. Well, years? What was the most recent anime I watched? Most recent anime I watched was maybe Witch from Mercury. That was years ago, actually, now I think about it. Fuck. What was the most recent anime, like new anime that I watched? Because I've watched some old ones here and there. The most recent new anime I watched was probably... Shit, what would it be? Holy fuck, man. You have something to say? Say it to my face. You fixed it? Hell yeah, Encounters, good shit. Webtoons are for people trying to avoid being an adult. Yeah, I think that there's definitely, I mean, that's always been the case for a lot of like anime's always had that in it too. You know, the whole like trope of just, it's kind of like, if you want to go deep on this subject, I don't particularly feel like doing it on stream because I don't think people give a shit. But if you want to go deep on the subject, a lot of like 2000, like mid 2000s and like my era of anime, 2000-ish to 2015-ish, a lot of that anime was built around this sort of the idea of kind of the strength and pervasiveness of dating sims. Because a lot of people like think that dating sims are like cringe and weird, which a lot of them are, sure. And maybe they are in general, I don't know. But I've always kept a lot of sympathy for the idea of the Japanese dating sim, because it's like, bro, you don't understand what it's like over there, you know, until you talk to people who are like salary workers. Dude, I've talked to dudes in their 20s who it's like, you know, their parents made them study all day every day when they're in high school. And they did their club, their sports club, whatever. Then they go get a job in the city. They moved to Tokyo to get a job. And they basically have worked a 13-hour day with like 3 hours of mandatory overtime, whatever bullshit with, you know, other stuff. And then 2 hours of travel, both to and from work, 6 days a week for, you know, 8 years. And so they're just never going to meet somebody, you know? And so like the only reprieve they have from that, even on the day off they sleep, is just like opening up their PSP or their laptop and playing a dating sim. So it's like, you get that. So a lot of the anime sort of like at the time kind of like was geared towards that culture because it was so large. And now the webtoon era is a bit of a different one. It's a bit of a like a rebellion against like the financial institution of what it's like to be a you know, the loneliness epidemic of the 2010s and the early 2000s is now in like a financial epidemic. So a lot of the webtoons are just about people exerting their power on life. So it's always going to be escapist, and it's always fun and healthy if you're treating it in the right way. But that's very interesting, man. I didn't track the Avatar thing. Because I'd be so interested now to talk to people at different age groups and talk to them and ask them what the formative piece of media that got them into nerd culture was. And I don't mean got them into nerd culture as on the periphery. I mean embedded them in nerd culture. Because you could say, like, I don't remember the first time I watched Star Wars. I've been watching Star Wars since I could remember. We'd go over to my grandparents' house and they had VHSs for Star Wars and Indiana Jones and a couple other movies. And every weekend we'd go to my grandparents' house. My brother and I would play downstairs and we'd put a Star Wars or Indiana Jones or some sort of VHS in and watch that. So I don't remember seeing Star Wars for the first time, right? I've probably seen it, the whole original trilogy 100 times before I even went to the prequels. So it wasn't until I was 9 or 10 years old and that era that I was really cemented as probably like formed as my little nerd psyche, watching Star Wars in theaters, watching Lord of the Rings in theaters, watching Harry Potter in theaters, the games that came out with them, the media, the shows, whatever. That was probably so I'd be very curious to hear, like, a lot of people talk about Avatar as being the formative one. Manny, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, my friend. I'm very curious to talk to like general nerds in the general nerd age of today as to what was the thing that you think not was the most early influence, but the formative cementing influence that made you say, that's right, I'm a nerd now and this is what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. So, you know, God, it's so interesting. I don't know, maybe I'll just do a poll in our Discord or in chat or whatever as to what that formative piece of media was. Okay, give me a sec, I need to grab some more water. Should I give you guys the orb while I'm gone? Let me roll a D100. If you get above 50, you get the orb. D100. Wait. $87. All right, you guys get the orb. Okay, where is it? There you go. Okay, revolt away. Give me a second. Alright. Miguchi. Man, I'm hungry. Holy. I need a big breakfast today, too. Gonna make me a big old dinner tonight, I think. Should take some out of the freezer when I was downstairs getting more water. Which I actually forgot my water, by the way, so I just went and got more water. When I was down there. So this is still half empty. Listening while driving to work. Maggie, you're amazing. Have a great lurk. What's good, Mr. Pixel? Good to see you, dude. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Going so everly gently into the sci-fi side of things, Mr. Pixel. Yep. Just ever so gently sci-fi based on some of the things you said. By the way, does she have like, would it be inappropriate for me to give her some sort of a sidearm dagger? Because I realize she's not an adventurer so much as a protagonist hero. So having adventurer's wares, things like that, wouldn't really fit her. She doesn't seem like the kind of character to have pouches and bags and things like that. But how are you feeling about that? How are you feeling about a little dagger on the hip? Laptop crashed? Oh no. Oh no. Now what? Now what are we gonna do? And, you know, actually the entire conversation got me thinking about making formative media. I wonder. A bit of a dilemma, scary thought here. With things like Star Wars, Harry Potter, Avatar, Demon Slayer, these are all formative in a way because they hit people at the right time. And a question I have to ask myself, a consideration, a ponderance I have to allow myself during this.
is it possible to make something that is sort of like really groundbreaking, really sort of like world changing media that caters to an older audience? And you know what? I don't think it is. The Hobbit, Harry Potter, comic books, the Avengers movies, Avatar. These are all things that are geared towards that 10 to 12-year-old age. Kids, man. They're all geared towards kids. No pouches or bags, but a dagger. Sounds good to me, though. You need to make sure it's not too big. Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. I was thinking about like her accessorization's a little lean, and that's something that I usually go to is trying to tell the story of the character through some of the tools, trinkets, and accessories that they have. But you mentioned not really any trinkets, anything like that. But I wasn't sure if she'd have like a dagger, a sidearm, basically, at all, or if that's kind of like just her spear. It's got no kind of material her spear is made of. Got hit them when their brain's developing. Right, you know? Might have something that could maybe overtake Demon Slayer. That would be Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, I saw that. I wonder, because I've seen a couple of episodes of Demon Slayer. I've seen probably the first like 5 or 6. I've seen when Tanjiro goes into the fucking jungle, whatever, and starts training with the people. But then apparently he goes somewhere else and does some other stuff, and I didn't catch anything past that. But I literally have never seen a single episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. Not that it even needs to like necessarily overtake it, but just be relevant enough that people are also considering that as part of their kind of formative media. But yeah, I don't know. I think that like maybe that's a big mistake that a lot of people have. Like a lot of creatives, when they try and do something really big and impactful, they try and make it a project that is geared towards and appealing to like an older audience. Because one, they're an older audience, and two, everyone around them that has opinions are older audiences. Like it's kind of like the George Lucas hate over the prequels. You had a bunch of people in there, like Lucas, I think very, very interestingly said once, he said that his movies were a success because he never had a 10-year-old tell him he didn't like them. That everyone who didn't like Jar Jar Binks was like 25. But he said that like there wasn't a single kid who was 10 years old that didn't think that Jar Jar was hilarious. And it's like, fair enough. Now, maybe, is that a bit of a messy way of doing it? Sure, I would argue that. There's ways to do it to make, you know, a children's movie or show that is also favorable to adults without it being like overly whatever and Disneyed. But it's interesting though. It's like you have to sort of hit that first and figure out how to make a story that's accessible to kids also interesting for adults, and then you have something really. Like Critical Role was a 20s thing. I would agree, but also I'd say that Critical Role I don't think is formative for people. I think Critical Role has a very big audience, but its audience I don't think is on the same level. It's like Critical Role is a product that is fantastic and allowed to exist in this like larger demographic and era, but it is not in the same conversation as the other things that we're mentioning. We're talking about formative stuff for people like Avatar and, you know, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Harry Potter, those type of things. You ever telekinetically holding the dagger if you want to be fancy with it? I had this idea for a painting, Mr. Pixel, of having her kind of floating. With like her hands out and like the dagger or the spear just kind of like floating in front of her telekinetically. I had that vibe for her, and her hair would all be like flowy and shit, and her cape would all be like very kind of heroic. But I was like, that's a we gotta figure that shit out, man. That's a big project. So I realized that wouldn't work in this kind of like setting where we're doing a character design, because it'd have to be too zoomed out and it'd be more of a painting than a character design. It's like, damn it. So I was already thinking about telekinetic sort of like stuff and manipulation for the various, I guess, tools already. It's definitely a vibe I'm down for. So be honest, only Jujutsu Kaisen I've seen in the hood dubbed abridged on YouTube. Fair enough. Both good, like Demon Slayer, way more than Jujutsu Kaisen is too, I don't know how to put it, entangled. You just can't really follow the story, I think. Interesting. So it's more like character, whatever, kind of, as opposed to just like adventure. Interesting. It's so fun. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't think it works for a character design piece like this, but maybe a painting in the future would be really cool. Or maybe I'll just try some shit. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if I can make something like that work for this, but I don't know if it would work in this format. It'd be too zoomed out and you wouldn't get much of a character design like that. Yeah, I don't know. Formative for D&D, maybe that could be any D&D group because my formative group was D20. Well, yeah, formative for D&D, sure, Critical Role is massive. But I mean formative for nerd culture in general. For D&D, absolutely. There's not a new D&D player right now that hasn't gotten into it via sort of one of the periphery things of Critical Role. So yeah, it's cool though. It's cool to track that kind of shit. I really like that culture adventure dive type thing. Keep it simple this time. Well, it's not just the simplicity of it. I just don't want to like do a character design that we can't like show off the character for, you know. I feel pretty bad about that if it wasn't properly demonstrating how cool she is and all of the details and stuff around her. Cloak has to be pretty important here because it's kind of a wind is definitely an element of the heroics for this piece. Might a little detailing and stuff in here as we go. Next one I'll challenge you a bit. Okay. Cool. Spear danglies are always good. More wind elements. A wrap or something like that. We are evoking very strong Staffman vibes here because Staffman is the most important quality in any like good environmental art. And so the influence of Staffman cannot be overstated. It is, even in characters that look like they have like anything that resembles a staff, you must follow the creed and the rules of Staffman. Art Wizard has spoken. Good evening. Yo, what's up, Doctor? What's up? Good evening to you, my friend. All right. First have heard of Staffman? Yeah, so Staffman was something that was very important in art. It was a kind of a silly trend for a while. But basically, if you ever had like concept art in the games industry, everyone did concept art in a super like cinematic, like even more than 21:9 kind of like style. And then you'd have these like long sweeping landscapes, you know, and really like intelligent composition. And then you'd have in your foreground or whatever, you'd have like some kind of a character to show off like size and whatnot. And because you're trying to like do compositional elements that are like kind of contradictory to the long composition, having elements in the foreground that were tall was like really good. So a lot of artists would just naturally, with their like composition brain, draw like some sort of a staff man. Yeah, staff man's important. And then everyone just kind of realized they were all doing it like intuitively, because they were like, it was like a natural solution for people that arrived, where the people arrived at to solve the same problem. Now concept art's a little more varied. People tend to prefer concept art that's more like, I don't know, less overly cinematic. There was a time when concept artists really felt high on themselves that they had to all be super cinematic, and now people realize they can just like stretch that up a little bit. That you're not viewing it on a theater screen, that you're viewing it on like, you know, it's concept art to inform things like games. So what's the point in drawing a super cinematic landscape when it's going to be like seen on 16:9? So there is still concept art that like, you know, evokes that feeling, but a lot of concept art these days tends to be more like useful to the current application. That would be the general history of Staff Man. Frank Nikkei exudes a classical Staff Man vibe, which is like why I kind of want to give her like a much longer spear. I kind of want to extend this piece up and down a little bit. But the problem is it wouldn't print the same way. I guess it doesn't really matter. If I keep it the same resolution, but just pop it up. Like I actually, because I wanted to go a lot more like on the detail side of this, Mr. Pixel, this is the first piece that I'm actually extending or increasing the resolution on so I can do more small details. Because a lot of these details are going to be very subtle. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be little tiny, like, you know, patterns seen or textures seen in material that's going to have to be very like zoomed in and subtle, but when you zoom out it's going to sort of form a general pattern or whatever, you know. So I already increased the size once. I'm thinking about maybe just making it a much taller composition, because it's also a color piece. I think we're doing a color piece, right? I'm almost positive. So I guess I could just increase the... Let's not get too big, actually. Let's see. It's gonna be 21 by 14. If you do 23 by 14... Yeah, and then I can increase the size of the staff, I guess. I just don't want to move her right now because I have her perfectly framed for the recording on like the right side of the screen. I don't want to like move her down and then mess with. I mean, what I could. Oh, hold on. Let me do all that again. I'm smart. I can do this. Hi, I'm an artist. I'm a professional. People pay me a lot of money to do this. That's right. I know what I'm doing. Please ignore the failure to understand how Photoshop works in a base level. Definitely fit it more in that like kind of longer spear category. That looks better to me. That's great. I love that. Very confident leader pose. Remember Digital Blasphemy used to have little staff man in all their wallpapers? Really? Hell yeah. Like I said, artists would arrive at a solution from different angles, but it'd be the same solution. Staff man. Wait, are there two Hashiras in here? Dr. Hashira and Hashira Crimson? Wait, is this a reference to something, or is this just a coincidence? Wait, what? I feel like I'm missing something. That has a little mage dude? Hell yeah. You made this spear pretty long? Well, I thought, yeah, I mean, the Staff Man vibes definitely has the... I know in the original art, it's pretty short, but I assume that part of this was just to fit within like a kind of a... to fit within like a framing or whatever for the original refs. That sword's sick though, by the way. Be cool to do a full portrait. Have like mom and dad. You know, mom in the background, dad looking off into the sunset as well. Stop being ambitious, Evan. You keep scope manageable. Manageable. I'll tell you like them. I might send her in here. Oh shit, hell yeah. There can only be one Hashira. Duel to the death. Was it like Highlander? Because we're both fans of Demon Slayer and Zelda. And so we are Hashira, the Pillars, and Doctors for Zelda. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Usually my account name is just Drachi, so Dragon Ring or something in English. Oh, cool. That's actually kind of rad. An artist who doesn't scope creep? Yeah. Right. Right. We know each other from somewhere else already, and yes, it's a reference to Demon Slayer. Hashira is the community joke. We started our community when we first met. Which one's Hashira from Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer Hashira. Oh, it's a term. It's not a character. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I'm caught up. I'm good. Yep. It's alright. Had to be, had just, you know, figure that shit out a little bit for myself. You know? Hey. Hey, listen. It's fine. It's fine. I got in there. Eventually. Like I said, when I'm streaming, you need to speak very slow. I don't have my helmet on. You gotta speak in crayon. Brain smooth. Only art. This has already been done. We are equally strong. Okay, there you go. Fuck yeah. I thought Hashira was a name. I thought it was an Onamewa des. Okay. I have her clothes quite a bit more tight-fitting than I think the original. It would be fun to add like a... Ooh, yeah. Oh, I haven't done that in a while. Let's do something like that. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, dude. Okay, it's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. And we can add in some more metal and harder materials. Balancing hard and soft materials for this is gonna be really important. Bluish Falcon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Good to see you. Should the rest of us Google? For what? Hashira? Oh, it's just like an organization. I don't fucking know specifically what it is. I just thought it was a specific character, that's all. And thank you, Dr. Hashira Drachi, for the follow. Thank you, my friend. Flowy materials. Maybe make this like slightly translucent. Kind of reference the same material that the... Yeah. Maybe something silhouette defining here too. A little bit more exposed skin than the last one. It's okay though. We're keeping it modest and dignified. Listen. It's actually pronounced otherly. It's a cute dorm of the German word Drosh for dragon. Oh, that'd be why I can't make sense of any German words. There's somebody in my chat every once in a while, an honored viewer, that basically has the German name for Mr. Chocolate Cake Monster, and his name's like the max amount of words that you or letters you can put into Twitch. So I've just stopped trying to even try to pronounce German words. I can't even get my DDoSes from my deers and dares. All right. My German starts and ends at greeting people based on the time of day. That's it. Yeah, it's not good. I'm not smart enough to speak German. Mr. Yep, that's about that. That looks right. Yep, that looks right. That's I just call him Mr. Cake Monster. So that would be probably the exact name, actually. I think you got that one first try. So see what I mean, man? German's a crazy language. I tried to learn German for a while from a friend of mine that I was working with, and she basically told me not to bother. One day she was helping me with pronunciations, and she was like, so why are you trying to learn German anyway? I was like, well, I really want to go to Germany and I really want to be able to talk to people. She's like, why? I'm like, well, you know, you go to Japan, you talk to people in Japanese and they're really nice to you. I want to do the same thing when I go to Germany one day. And she's like, oh, sweetheart, no, everyone in Germany speaks English. I'm like, nah, but like maybe in like the big cities, but like I want to go to like the small towns and stuff and like talk to the locals there, like go to a little pub and just say hi to people. And she's like, no, everyone in Germany speaks German or English, so there's literally no reason for you to learn. In fact, she said that Germans are more supportive of foreigners trying to speak German than like the French are, but not as amused and supportive of it as the Italians are. So they won't get mad at me like the French do for trying to speak German, but they won't love me for doing it like the Italians would. So there's really no reason for me to try, unfortunately. Yep. Real, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. That's a name right there. That's a lot of names in that word. I assume it's a real word. Maybe it's just consonants and vowels. So, crash is averted. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know why I want to give Nakia like floating telekinetic like orb thingies or whatever. I'm not sure why. She just seems to feel like she needs it. Give her a small little dagger. We're gonna try stuff. Most of my clients like it when I try dumb shit. The ones that don't, well, that's fine. We'll just take away the details, alright? I don't know. It's pretty easy like that, I guess. I don't even know what these would be, but just little design elements at the very least. I'm gonna try weird shit. Leave me alone. I'm having fun. I said having fun, man. That's 79 characters for one word. And what does that word mean? Just curiously. Just in the curiosity of it, what does such a word mean? Ooh, we can kill our undersketch. This is where we started. This is where we're at right now. All right, progress today. What's up, Thorkin? I think so, man. Trying stuff, having fun, doing the good shit. How you doing, bro? How are your projects flowing? You getting after it? Yeah. It's just a name for one law. Oh, okay. It's one of those words where when Germans want to create a word or a term for something, they just smush the words together and create a word for it instead of a term for it. Is that it? Dagger or throwing knife? Ooh, that's when we give her the telekinetic dagger. Cattle identification, meat labeling, surveillance task, transfer act apparently. Okay. Cool, I guess. We needed a word for that in English. I guess we'll just use that word for now. Okay. Cool. I guess they decide they need a word for that instead of just saying the term for it. Because their language is more sophisticated like that. Why make term when you can make a word? Punctuation. How about not? I'm gonna give her big earrings. I don't know why. Emphasize the kind of like silhouette around the head. Sometimes with like characters with like long hair, you get like the hair silhouette, right? Sometimes with that long silhouette, it's good to try and like expand out the top of it in some way. So that's why sometimes you'll see like elvish ears or bows or large earrings or any kind of detail, so you don't just have this like teardrop shape. So you have like a interesting shape on top of a teardrop, kind of like build some size in there. I find it helps. Designer things. Present chat, but I need to get back to work. They'll probably lurk. Yeah, that's fair. 100%. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to work on her today. I do need to do some concept art today for my runes. So I'm going to try my hardest not to just like I tunnel vision one project at a time on stream, especially when I have Horizon coming up. Because, I got a lot of work to do for that. So I'm just having fun on this right now. I was planning on stopping and drawing her and just like moving on to runes like an hour ago, but whatever, man. It's my favorite part of design. It's just like initial concept stuff, working through different ideas, developing many pieces of concept art onto one piece, going forward and trying to like solve for, I don't know, problems and stuff. Anyway, have a phenomenal day at work. Catch you later. Google Translate in chat. I didn't even have to copy paste it. Oh, really? Does that work? Shit, I didn't know that. Oh, no, Chrome does that, right? Seems about right? Yeah. Yep. All 9 of them. Good luck, Thorkin. Watch it actually be terrible profanity. I always get nervous when people post stuff in chat in other languages, because it's like, if it's profanity, like aggressive profanity, not just like regular profanity, I could get in trouble for leaving that in. So I just get a little nervous, but people usually mean well. Had a really bad idea with that word. It's basically this: there's a lot of different German dialects, and now I'm wondering what it sounds like in all the main ones. Ooh, is it that different? Really? Yeah, how'd you guys all decide on one German to speak? It was a pretty big conversation, right? Back in the day. As far as I know, y'all still can't agree on that shit, right? There's no standardized. It's an extension for Twitch chat. Oh, cool. That's kind of rad. I'm gonna go make lunch. What I missed went shortly after the anime discussion. Talked about concept art for a little while, storytelling. I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of keep track of any given time what kind of bullshit I'm rambling about. Listen, I spend a lot of time monologuing. People don't give a shit. You know, about what the content is. So, I'm like, ah, god damn it, Evan's forming opinions again. Someone get him his crayons. Okay, I gotta check to see if Mr. Pixel said anything about important cultural patterns. I don't think he did, but we just skim with him. Did I ask about culture patterns? I think I did. Efficiency and ease of use, so not really much in the cultural pattern side of things. That's okay. We shall create our own, then try and tell a story with her. Cool. Sick. I'm feeling like a more mechanical side of patterning, like circles and mandalas and things like that, so there's some references in here. Be cool. We'll experiment a little bit. Concept projects be like that. Like to hear your monologue though, it's entertaining and you have a soothing voice too. Really? Alright, sick. Sick? Let's go. Let's go, dude. Is that why my players always fall asleep on me? Damn it. I'll do one of those like ASMR TikToks where it's all like soft and stuff. Hello, buddy. No pouches, bags, trinkets, anything like that. This is a challenge, man. There's like a lot more like design kind of emphasis on the patterns and materials than normal. The flavor of crayon is your favorite? Ooh. Well, for my slain cleric brethren, Brother Ulnar, I said that I would eat the blue crayons for him, so that'd be it. Yep, because he was a Goliath and he was blue. And it was his favorite crayon. So, Wuluna, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. One example is this. The German word for squirrel is Eichhörnchen. Got it. Nailed it. The dialects that I speak, it's called Olkatzel. Okay. Blue's your favorite too? Alright, let's go, Valgood. Hell yeah. I could have guessed by your name though, but I would have really would have thrown me for a loop if you said like red or purple, something like that. So fair enough. TikToks are already ASMR. Are they? What if I start doing the super ASMR TikToks? Hey guys, let's take a little break from our adventure today. Sit down by the nice warm fire. The inn has many patrons, all enjoying the spoils of their adventures. Perhaps a mug of mead for your evening. You need to get that from Quincy's Tavern, because all I have here are dank fucking memes. Let's go, dude. Oh, wait, shit. Shit, never mind. ASMR TikTok. Fuck, man. I fucked it up. Messed it up, man. Told you. I can't be trusted. favorite media to draw traditionally: markers, watercolors, color pencils. Favorite media for traditional. Well, I mean, honestly, it's probably oil paint. So, like, if I'm gonna do traditional work, it'll be oil. But I do a lot of sketches, like here. So maybe ink. I'll show you. I'll show you. So one of my Patreon tiers that I'm going to be removing at some point in time, so legacy members only, but I do these little cards that I send people for like sketches and stuff like that. I even have Maggie's card right here. I think this is gonna be Maggie's, I don't remember. But I do these little ink sketch. Oh, I can go full screen now, I forgot. I go full screen. So yeah, so I do these little ink sketches. They're little environment vignettes, and I number them so they're all individual and unique. And so they're all like one-offs that have like an actual number for them. So you know how much, you know, how old and how much of an ancient Evan Blair artifact they are. Like this is very old. This is number 111. Or whoops, here it is. This is number 111. So it's a very, very old card, considering the new ones that I'm on are in the 500s. So yeah, I guess ink, you know, just straight up ink pen. I don't do, if I'm gonna do anything just a sketch, it'll be an ink pen. And if I'm doing anything in color, it'll be with an oil paint, probably. I do some watercolor work occasionally, very rarely, but I try not to all that often because it's just not, it's not very intuitive for me for painting. So yeah, I don't know. Is that weird? Is that weird? Is that a bad answer? Was this ever mentioned? Yeah, for real. For real. Quincy's the G. Dude, I've made so many friends on TikTok in the last like couple months. Like, you know what's crazy is somebody like Tank not only knows who I am, but I consider like a new friend. Like, that's fucking wild, man. You're Mossy Socks or fucking Fox or whatever. Like, Jesus, man. What is this life? Those are dope and a bit like storybook cards. Oh shit, yeah, that's awesome. I never thought of it like that, but that's a great observation. Totally. Honestly, I hate oil, acrylic, etc. I'm just so bad with brushes. Oh really? I actually enjoy sketching with ink and pen, and if color, I'm using marker or colored pencils. You know what? I have actually had a desire to do some colored pencil work, but I honestly haven't had a good set of colored pencils since I was in art school. Like, what is a good brand for colored pencils now? Because I use Prismacolors. Best brand of colored pencils. Pencil crayons. Okay, best brand. Is it still Prismacolor? Faber-Castell. Oh, Prismacolor is still up there. Faber-Castell and Prismacolor. Okay, Amazon. Let me see, Prismacolor. Prismacolor. I had a lot of Prismacolor stuff when I was in art school. So a full set of Prismacolor. Ooh, that's not a big set. Ooh, 21 bucks for... Oh, yikes. That's a lot of money. $174 Canadian for 150 pencils. That's not bad, actually, when you think about it. Been yeeted to the stream by my partner, and Nikia's my OC. I was the one who did the ref they had. Oh, shit. Hello. Good to see you, then. Damn, dude. Hell yeah. Well, I loved all the original art you did. Hopefully I can bring my design flares while trying to respectfully honor your piece. That's my intent anyway, is to try and do like it's always kind of tough to take art that I like when somebody has reference art, because I'm kind of stuck between two ideas where it's like, on one side, this is original art from somebody else that needs to be honored, like obviously. And then on the other side, it's like, well, somebody's asking me to do something for my own design work, so I shouldn't hold back. It's always kind of this weird, like, tension kind of like grind inside of me to try and get it right. So I really hope, did I call you Luna? Luna? It feels like I'm full naming you. I hope you like the concept as it develops, and I hope you feel like I'm honoring and respecting your original concepts, which I'm definitely gonna try to do my best to, whilst also try and deliver on maybe the expectation for myself. So hell yeah, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Well, I'm honored by your presence. Thanks, Ray. He was really helpful for me for a few months back. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, just even having Tank in my chat, like being encouraging and shit and being excited about my projects. It's unreal. Mossy Socks and other people that I've met through TikTok and Twitch and or TikTok and Instagram and stuff. And I haven't, to be honest, there's not really much of a community on YouTube until you're like really relevant. So I don't get a lot of like, I haven't really met anyone through YouTube, any like cool creators or whatever. But yeah, TikTok and Instagram, I've met a lot of cool people through so far. Once I started like actually taking those platforms seriously, which is just still wild to me. I don't even, actually, hold on. Let me take a brief stretch interlude, give my eyes a break, look at some numbers. Let me see what my YouTube video did last night. Because I'm getting dangerously close to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. Let's see. Let's see if this one did well or not. YouTube Studio. How'd it do? Not good, man. People didn't like this video. 7 out of 10. Oof. That's fine. Not everyone's gonna be banging. That's cool. Hit 2,000 views. That's pretty fucking sick, actually. Or 200,000 views. Good God, man. Where'd you all come from? Where do people come from? Looks awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. From Faber-Castell, it's probably Polychromod. Polychromos. Oh, wait. Faber-Castell's different lines? That's good to know, because I just thought that it'd be one, like Prismacolors. Using cheap school color pens from Faber-Castell, and my hands just hurt always when I draw with them because they're so hard. Yeah, that's really big. Like, I actually lowered the sensitivity on my tablet 2 weeks ago because I was having very bad pains through my arm. There's a forearm pain that a lot of artists will get if you're doing death grip stuff, and there's a stretch you can do that, like, you see me doing, whenever you see me stretching my arm across and doing, like, grabbing one hand and stretching my arm across like this, I'm doing that forearm stretch. But also my fingers too were just really bothering me, and I really had to push through it dude, for almost 2 weeks, every time I started stream, I'd take like 3 Advil right beforehand just to try and like push through the pain in my hand. It's doing better now. Like, I don't have my sleeve on, my compression sleeve. I don't have like any of that shit going on, so it's not as bad. Still, like, I'm trying to be gentle, but yeah, if the stuff's really like hard to apply and you have to push really hard, that's real dangerous. I know it all too well. No idea the brand of colored pencils I use. Bought a drawing suitcase set off Amazon. Oh, okay, fair enough. Posted one of your art pieces on his Discord server. I think it's Rala. Oh, really? Oh shit. God damn, dude. What a just a genuinely lovely human. I mean it. That entire like crew that for that D&D game are just phenomenal people, and they've been nothing but unbelievably and remarkably kind to me. Holy shit, dude. Love it, she's coming out so far. Thank you so much for drawing her. Your choice and concepts are amazing, and I'm honestly blown away. Well, that means a great deal to me, so thank you. Your approval of the direction is very important to me, so thank you. I'm very happy to hear that. Faber-Castell has a lot of different pencils. Yeah, it's news to me. Shit. I think I might just stick with Prismas because I know them. I don't know. I kind of want to try. Maybe I'll just get a little tiny little Prismacolor kit. You know? Like a soft core $20 kit like that or something, you know? And just go have some fun. Just draw some shit or whatever. Do some landscapes. I wish I could find a landscape one. Some more for like... Ooh, is there... Ooh, oh my god. Wait, I literally asked for this. This is the exact one I want, but it's $42. Damn it, Amazon. Shit. All right, well, that was a short-lived endeavor. Rip. All right, well, okay. That's not happening. We'll we'll find a different hobby for art. I'll paint Space Marines. That's what I'll do. They also have the example for the Albrecht Dürer watercolor. Wait, wait. Albrecht Dürer watercolor pencils. I'm very familiar with Albrecht Dürer. They actually named a fucking. So when I was a first year at art school, I had one of my instructors, a guy by the name of Brian, who was a very very formative, very funny instructor for me. He told me that I should research Albrecht Dürer, because he said that I had a style that looked similar to some of the stuff that he tried to do for sketch related stuff. And his self-portrait is also maybe one of the best self-portraits that anyone's ever painted, by the way. The Dürer self-portrait is legendary. This one, not this one. I don't think this is a self-portrait. Anyway, here's a watercolor. The Dürer watercolor pencil line. That's cool. Maybe I should try that. A watercolor pencil. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Yeah, kind of like a pencil and paint in there. That'd be fun. I'm gonna keep that up. I'm gonna do some research, man. I just noticed that today. I was like, hold on a minute, I know that artist. Oh man. Well, Tank did not have to do that. That's, God, man. What a cherished human. Holy shit. What's up, Garthen? This picture, which one? Celestin, well, and whatever that is, blew me away. Just looked like a real photo. Oh, really? Interesting. It's bad I don't remember any of my professors, instructors from when I was in university, because most people seem to remember their instructors. I've noticed. I mean, there was a couple that I remember. No, I mean, like all my courses though at art school were very small. So like classes of maybe 20-ish. You know, but that instructor Brian, he was very very important to me. He was also hilarious. He like one day, dude, one of the first days of school where I'm like paint inking his class, he's like, hey Evan, what's up? I'm like, oh, I'm just drawing here, Brian. He's like, yeah, hey, I like your shirt, man. I'm like, oh, thanks. I was wearing like some Hawaiian shirt. He's like, yeah, you look like a guy who has an ex-wife. I was like, damn, what does that even mean?
Pixilent2 gifted a tier 1 sub to Black Elric brother.
Hey, what? Thank you, Mr. Pixel. I appreciate that. Thanks for the gifted sub. Hey, what a legend. Thanks, dude. Holy shit. Thanks, bro. That's very kind of you. Thanks for bringing a member of the Dragon's Claim. Have they been in chat? Am I not remembering names? Kind of sounds familiar. But no, I don't think it's bad that you don't remember your instructors. I also had to remember them to remember the ones that were relevant enough to teach me. Is that a bad thing to say out loud? It might be. Ellis Bix, thank you for the follow as well. I was trying to get to my partner, so you just gifted it to someone. That's hilarious. Thank you for the gifted sub, then. I appreciate it. Oh, that's kind of funny, actually. That's really good. I wonder, some of my instructors, I wonder if I can look them up. I wonder what my old instructor Maya is doing. Oh shit, I found one of my instructors. Oh wow, she's in the parenting thing now. Cool. Good for her. Recent portrait work. Ooh, she changed her style. She got funky, man. She got weird. The fuck? Huh. I should look at my old instructors and see what they're doing. That's cool.
Pixilent2 gifted a tier 1 sub to Wooluina. They have given 52 gift subs in the channel.
There you go. Oh my god. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the gifted sub to Wooluina. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. That's whew. Thank you for the gift sub. I'm honored. Appreciate it. What a guy. Thank you, Mr. Pixel. Hell yeah, thanks, dude. Really means a lot. Thanks for supporting the stream, bro, and all my silly nonsense. I think it has to do with people, or with the fact that I did University Online. Full Sail University offers an online program. I just did online because I was going to be able to do it or go to Florida. I want to go there because Full Sail is my dream school since like 8. Oh, really? I'm not familiar with it, but that's cool. They have an online course. Cool. Yeah, that would definitely, like, if you're not talking with and interacting with somebody. So, like, we'd go out for, like, lunch and shit with our instructors, right? At school, we would see them outside of school sometimes. Like, I went, dude, I saw my instructor, Maya. I saw her out in the downtown shopping mall, and Ella and I were looking for something for her, like a dress or whatever. And I was like, "Oh shit, it's Maya. What's up?" And she's like, "Ah, fuck, it's Evan. What's up?" And you know, we had a conversation, and I asked her, I was like, "So what are you doing here? What are you grabbing at the mall?" And she's like, "Oh, I gotta get a dress." And I'm like, "Conveniently, we're also getting a dress." And she's like, "Oh god, okay, let's go dress shopping together." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, best day." Let's go. It was fun, man. Yeah, that's cool. You get to know your instructors pretty well, I think, in small, kind of more bespoke courses or whatever. Disappear again? All right, poof, and he's gone. Gift subs, cheer 1,000 bits, earn a crumb, and disappears into the night. What a legend. It's game design and cinematography university. I went for both and then did community college for creative writing degree too. Oh, damn. Okay, cool. All right. Why not? Sounds good. I feel like we get more patterning and stuff on this. Let's do some experiments, see what we like. Delete all the ones we don't. I have no idea about this character. I'm going to make assumptions. Desert traveling sorcerer with the spears of magical focus. Sure. That's, yeah, well, fuck it. Let's go. Why desert, Garthen? Why desert traveling? I don't think much desert likeness was portrayed, but I'm unconsciously doing stuff. If anyone needs a director or producer, give me a call. There you go. The cape, right? Yes, the desert nomad. Wind being the subject. Garthen gets these things. Garthen knows these things. For Garthen understandeth. Okay. Yeah, I never really thought about going to like a game design school, you know? I think for artists at the very least, I always recommend going to a formal like art school. Obviously, like there's a lot more to game design stuff that, you know, if you're going to be a designer, is probably very different. There's like not many pathways on the formal education front. But I know there's a lot of like game art degrees that are not very good. They might be getting better now, but they're kind of a meme. Like, when I was talking to some art directors about like years ago, they're saying that like game design or game art degrees was always like kind of a stain on someone's portfolio. Like you had to be good in spite of the fact that you went to a school for game art, because they don't really just teach you like how to make good art. They teach you how to like do shit for games only. But it's like, where would you go for a game design thing, you know? So like game design has to be like a proper like degree path now from places like that, right? I don't know how many colleges or universities in the country or North America or even the world, I guess, have like a pathway for game design specifically. That's interesting. I'd be curious to see how many, like, what percentage of their graduates go on to like proper places like that. Because I know for like back when I was like thinking about art schools, game art schools, like basically nobody who graduated got a career in the industry. Teachers, I have a teacher that was annoyed, that were annoyed of me lovingly. My music teacher especially got to the point people thought I was her child. Damn. Oh, that's cute. All right, take care, Crimson. The spear is the one thing she crafted and channels her abilities through it. On top of being her primary weapon, she also has kinetic abilities. So seeing little floating items like orbs and things like that is a welcome surprise. Yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Pixel what he thought about that, because he mentioned something like having her dagger be like kind of floating around or whatever. But I was just thinking like showing off some of that telekinetic prowess. There's like, I had so many ideas for having her having like a floating spear in front of her, but it just, scope creep got crazy. And I just realized that like I couldn't. There's a small chance I'll try something with her spear like floating and in front of like in both her hands. I'm gonna just try it, see if it breaks the composition too much, because there is also something very like powerful, stancy and leader like about like holding on to like there's a firm grounding thing that happens with characters when they actually hold on to their implement, and more of an aloofness that and mysticism that comes with them like manipulating it. So I think that like sacrificing some little like removing the sort of the telekinetic mastery to other elements is like probably better, but I don't know. I have a long way to go before I'm going deep on this one. I'm going really deep. Maybe I'm gonna spend too much time on it, but it's okay. I have like sometimes I get man, how do I word this? Sometimes I get commission requests that are very like that are very interesting, but ultimately the person wants something very specific. They want to arrive at a certain vibe, and you're kind of just like gonna perform that and deliver that. And the vibe, not that there's anything bad with like having a specific vibe like that, but the vibe is often very like common because people love different things. That you want the pirate character, you want the paladin, the knight, the whatever, you know. But characters that are a little more like kind of outside of that general kind of like D&D class dynamic, sometimes I get hit with one that I'm like, I really want to spend a lot of time on, you know. So I have to be more disciplined with scope creep, as it were. As Nyx alluded to. And honestly, this kind of character is like the kind of character that I find that a lot of clients, like I don't like to generalize my clients like almost ever, but I think that there's a lot of people that I had somebody write me a very sweet note, like in I finished a project for her like a while ago, and it was like sometime last year, and she actually sent me a really nice like email after I got like, or after she got the print, so weeks after the commission was done. And she said some pretty cool stuff that it's like, I don't want to like just regurgitate it because it's going to sound very like self-flattering, but it made me very confident in the kind of art that I do and the kind of people that I work for, that there's a certain like demand for a style of the way I draw.
Exhaustingly predictable.
Damn it.
But then I suppose failure comes naturally to your kind.
All
God
these
damn it.
biddies, all these subs, all these gifted subs.
Mita,
Still no reward.
thank you for the 500
Mega
bits.
sigh.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I will say, Mita, your rewards are on their way. So, over the past year, very fairly, you've come in here and made sure that, you know, I am very aware that I have failed in delivering your rewards. But I will say that every time that it happens, you are right to complain, but it does send a fucking dagger at Ella's heart, because she knows that like her being sick was kind of the,
How
you know.
exhaustingly predictable.
So I thank you for the 1,000 bits. I will say though that because they are on their way, I'm going to kindly ask you, for Ella's sake, that I'm going to not let people complain about not getting rewards anymore because of the way it makes her feel, and I'm going to prioritize the health and happiness and whatever of Ella now over. Yes, I had to endure it, and I would apologize for it. I'd say, Ella, I'm so sorry that people are without their rewards. Like, I'm sorry that I like whatever, but now I'm gonna kindly ask that the meme dies because. I know it's just jokes, but Ella really has like really beaten herself up over it over the last like year or so. So just out of like one thing that she said when we started sending out rewards is she kind of sighed and said, "Thank God I don't have to feel like," and then I think she said a terrible human or a piece of shit or whatever it was. But anyway, I don't want Ella feeling bad over things anymore, even though it was my fault and people were right to be upset about not getting their rewards. I'm gonna do my best to kind of kill the meme. I know people just got jokes, but the jokes were kind of getting to Ella quite a bit. So I appreciate the love and I appreciate the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much, my friend. But they are on their way. I'm very excited about that. So I hope you like them, man. The dice that Ella made for the higher crumbs, you're gonna be the first person to see them, and they're fucking rad, dude. So
Curse the wardens and their mirrors.
what are you doing?
These are for Ella.
God damn it.
There's no guilt in this. She is amazing and wonderful.
She
and
is.
Shouldn't feel a modicum of guilt for this.
She
You are
right.
a streamer, and if I was really upset about it, I wouldn't still spend hundreds of dollars spreading love.
Oh, I know that it's just jokes. I know it's just jokes, but I am just saying that's why I'm taking the ownership and saying that I have to kill the meme, because regardless of if Ella should, every time that someone would come in here and sort of like meme about how it's been X months or whatever, she would just kind of like look at me kind of very, very, I don't know, hurt puppily. And I'd be like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I'll get it out. So I'm just trying to kill the meme or whatnot to make sure that Ella, I'm prioritizing her her happiness there. But Jesus Christ, is a lot of bits beat up. Fuck. I know they're just jokes, but it's been a little tough for Ella with being sick and stuff to know that she's felt like she's let people down, even though it's my fault. She's sort of taking ownership over that because she hasn't been able to do the dice. I always could have learned how to do it and do the dice for her. So that's why I tell her, like, no, this isn't your fault. You're doing this to, like, I could like do something else or whatever. So I agree, but she's been pretty broken up about it a little bit. So I'm just trying to make sure that she's when she's listening to stream. I think she's out today, so no big deal. But yeah, I'm trying to really preserve her her peace right now. She felt like she did say, like, now she's getting the rewards out. Like, she's like, thank God I don't have to have that stabbing guilt in my chest when somebody comes in and reminds you that they don't have the rewards. Jesus, chill, dude.
Violent.
That's so many bits. That's like
Resources are stretched perilously thin.
that's too many
Well,
bits.
take the her popo to dinner and make her smile, giggle, and maybe Eve accidentally snort her her nose in laughter.
That's too many fucking bits. Holy shit.
Hi, Jacob.
Good God, man. Holy Jesus. What the fuck?
God damn it, dude. Thank you for the bits, Mita. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, God. Oh, that's a lot. Oh. No, I cannot be distracted today. I promise. I promise, Mr. Pixel. Under penalty of meme. I can't. Oh, God. How do I draw now? My hand's shaky. Okay. I'm good. Nope. I'm not even drawing a straight line anymore. God damn it. Oh, God. Okay. Now, I'm undistractable today. Mina, thank you for the bits, bro. You don't have to do that, man. Seriously, bro. Of all places, my stream doesn't deserve the support. I've been such a failure of a streamer for so long. I appreciate it, man, though. God damn it. The man's memes hards. Fuck, dude. You just look better with the artist has free range with what they want to do with the character. And most of the time, they have such amazing ideas. Yeah, for real. I mean, it's fun to like do that balance. Did I break my tablet stand? My tablet stand is a fucking box that says desk mount stand on it. Fuck, god damn it. I think I smacked it when oh god. How do I get this set up? Oh god, Mita comes in here and throws me in a fucking locker. Holy, okay, wait, why is this on an angle now? Did I break the box? Am I that dumb? Did I speak in crayon today? Why is it on an angle? Oh, okay. I threw. Okay, I think it's good. Did I break some shit? Okay, I'm good. I think so. Damn it! I'm not good. False alarm. Okay. Doesn't seeking marker. Okay. God damn it. Well, thank you, Mita, for the fucking what? 5,000, 8,000, the 9,000. Gee, what the fuck? That's so many bits. Holy God. Thank you, the 9,500 bits. That's absolutely fucking unbelievable, dude. And you know what? I will happily take L out for something. We haven't been out in a long time. So, thanks, Mita. I will. Hearing watercolor. Oh, I'm speaking in watercolor. I feel like I'm speaking in crayon, man. Yeah. maybe it's the acrylic or the watercolor crayons. No, shit. Pastels. There you go. I'm not okay. I need help. I need fucking help. Okay. Okay. We're good. Blue crayon, obviously blue crayon. So. Am I recording still? I am. Oh, thank God, Garth, I am recording still. Oh, fuck. Also, why does my water taste like soap now? Did it always taste like soap? Am I refilled it? Or not refilled it, but cleansed my palate? I just realized how soapy my water was. I'm stressed. All right. God, that's a lot of bits. Holy fuck, man. Jesus, that's a shit ton of bits. How do I process that, man? What do I do with that? All right. No, focused. I promised you guys that I'd be focused today. That I'd be a focused, accomplished artist of focus and accomplished today. I'd show you the meaning of focus. Or whatever.
Hello, husband, please call wife.
Yeah, okay, give me a sec, guys. Give me 1 sec. Here. Eyes up there, chat. Come on. Be respectful of Nikia. Give me 1 sec. All right. We good. We good. What's up? What's up? What's up? We drawing handsome leaders. Okay. Something like that. Okay. I think it's time to do some patterning and culture design, things like that. Now we have a bit of a base here to work with, so we can try some fancier stuff. We got timed out on random encounters, damn revolting. Ah, Porta Raven. Damn. Timed out on random encounters, had to come in on a different account. Ban evasion. That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah. That's actually kind of funny. Not timed out anymore? Yeah, listen, if you revolt, there's always a chance. The bot sometimes gets you. It's a never non-zero chance that you get timed out for a indeterminate amount of time. It's completely random. Now, whether it's worth it or not, whether you feel like your rebellion has been quelled, these are all things to consider. But it will get you. The bot will get you. It knows where you are. Because you're in chat. And it's a chat bot. Wait, what? Did you just get... Did you... Who just got, man? Tied out for 4... Oh, put away for 4 seconds. You just got on one account and then got on the other? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Brother down? Oh, no, man. Shit, dude. To think you'd hit that on both accounts, because it's not a high percent chance. It's like a 6 or 7% chance, I think, to get timed out. That's actually kind of impressive. The odds of that are slim, but never zero. Your bot hates me? Wow, dude, that bot is Blaze incarnate. I don't want you to offend Blaze, but one of the rare Dragon's Claim mods. Invoking their ire is dangerous. Okay. So on our original concept piece here, there's like a couple of small little like elements, stars, things like that. I think I'm going to try and build some of that in here. At least a little bit. I'd like to add in some of like the armor pieces and stuff. I think we already have a couple of armor pieces. Like, I really love characters like this that can kind of blend multiple sort of styles of clothing and costuming. We good? Yep, you good. Ad break in 1 minute? That's right, the mods can see it now, Thorkin. I appreciate it. I don't know what the fuck you guys did, but you guys did some shit now, so you can do some stuff with the ads. That's right. I apologize for the ads on Twitch. I wish I could do something about it. I wish I could tell Twitch to get bent and not give me any ad revenue. I'd rather not than people get timed out. So, good luck. We'll see you on the other side. The original Megog ads, yeah. So you're just ad avoiding now? Yeah? Okay. That's impressive, man. There you go. Shit. Alright, time to go to town. Details. I'm gonna kind of, in some small way, treat this a bit like a mecha process. Mecha is like such an interesting thing if you get a chance to do it as an artist, when you just have to like sort of add in all your details to like kind of tell a story about the character without it being actually like functional details like items and trinkets and stuff like that. You're just kind of like creating visual interest and reflecting a story of patterning and things like that. So that's what we're gonna go for today. Evan and/or Commissioner, can someone fill me in on the strong female character Evan is drawing today? Ooh, that's a big long backstory, dude. I got a bunch of it, I'll admit, in you know, sporadic forms because one of Mr. Pixel's Discord accounts got nuked. But cool telekinetics, pseudo sci-fi fucking fantasy badass vibes, leader, stoic, doer of things, saver of worlds. She's a pretty cool character, man. Actually, I read up all on the lore that Mr. Pixel sent me. There's more world lore that's connected though, so I feel like I'm still missing out on some of the but if Will Luna is in chat at some point, Garth, and you can ask her. Goes up, Porter Raven will be here 100% unless you get timed out. There you go. There you go. Yep. Did you say Saber Fate crossover? No. Saver. No, come on, man. That's a good point. I should save. I should be saving my progress and process. We're doing some large patterns on the back of the cloak too. It's kind of a cool vibe. I don't know if she's got any kind of like necklace type jewelry on. I don't think so. I think I put any on here. I like pendants and shit like that, man. They really help sell characters. What's up, Jace? Good morning, my friend. Guten Morgen. Welcome back to another day. Holy. I might just go all out on the details for this one. Keep this patterning on the metal patina as well. Usually leave my computer running stream while I'm AFK, but it crashed. Oh no! Your channel points. Now how are you going to redeem the Monka transaction in 2 years? For fucking nothing. Ah, man. I mean, shit. I said the loud part out loud. Yeah, my mistake. Whoops. Not feeling like using a whole lot of filigree that I normally do in here for detailing. It feels like it's too... This character's a bit too modern, a bit too... I don't know, otherworldly and that kind of sci-fi fantasy vibes. Managed to finish the entire book yesterday. It's 2,258 pages. Jeez, dude. The basic version is only 82 pages for the alpha. Ain't gonna lie, I hated myself for writing that much. Obviously, when I edit down and reformat it better, I'll definitely go down, but I don't know how much. That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm impressed. I'm definitely impressed by that. Do a small amount of it, but not a ton. Because we could go elegant as all shit on this. Doesn't quite fit like it fits the vibe, you know. So modern, so Vogue. Oh shit. Put it super short, she brought her people out of a dark age and helped them reconnect with the rest of the galaxy after almost 4,000 years of no contact, and fought a war. Oh yeah, yeah, there's just a little war on the side. Yeah, she's cool. A lot of the kind of vibes for the character were sort of like, again, on similar things to the Astral Knights. So it was so funny when Mr. Pixel like asked me to do about this project on our first DMs. I like heard so much of the vibe of the Astral Knights that I immediately said yes. So much of it. I wonder if we do some of these, like, I wonder if like a hex pattern would kind of be interesting to try out in some places. Be very complicated to do on a surface like this, but it could look really dope, to be honest. Oops. Oh yeah, patterns are going to be super cool to do in here. We'll placeholder this for a cool pattern. Kind of build in some of that. Because especially if all this is going to be dark and you're just getting like some like little glints of like patterning design for material. Because the one thing I haven't really talked about all that much yet with Mr. Pixel was the pattern or the materials yet. Just a little bit of it. Cool. Could try some of that, like... Oh man, like I wonder if maybe some of the... There's a way to kind of do like a light, you know how like just when you're painting something, the way like carbon fiber just like very lightly reflects light. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but we're gonna do some pattern tests on some of the metal, see if we can get a bit of a... Yeah. Make another book, it'll be a bit easier to get the information for Silver Lining. Oh yeah. Yeah, man, with Horizon, like, just writing so much content for the Horizon adventure. Oh, man. That's the biggest thing that I think is the time sink. Is finishing the writing and also the writing and then also the map making. The maps are going to take me a billion years. I don't know what to do about it. I might have to push some of my commissions off, actually. Like the people that I promised stuff for in like May, I might just say that May I'll take or maybe like April. I think I'm on track, I'm on schedule for right now, but I give myself a bit of a gap of about 2 weeks from between mid-April to late April, but I might extend that out and tell people after that, like, hey, it'll be an extra 2 weeks or whatever. Because yeah, there's just like you know, it is just time commitments, right? There's just a ton of like, when you're writing and editing and shit, you're just slamming hours into a project and just deleting them. So holy dude. That's a lot. Maybe I'll do some map making tonight, like terrain map making, not like cartographizing, but just like battle map making tonight. Might do some of that tonight if you guys catch that stream. I'm gonna reference some like loose Astral Sage patterns here and there. Obviously not anything too indicative of Eldara, but I just think there's a lot of like useful crossover for things like that. Because the Astral Sages are inherently kind of like sci-fi in that kind of similar way to the current story. On this channel, you go live in the evenings? No, Switchers, I go live on one of my alt channels. Typically, if you check the Discord, I don't ping the Discord. That channel, occasionally I'll go live on in the evenings. Very rarely, but it does happen. I'm doing more recently. You should ping the Discord when you go live on your alt? You think so? I don't want to be annoying. Would you guys rather I ping the Discord on my alt or don't be annoying? You know what? I'm gonna pull this so it's anonymous, because I think people don't want to say. Should I ping the Discord when I'm live on the alt? Yep. No, don't be annoying. Alright, I'm gonna pull it. There you go. So it's anonymous, so you don't have to say like, cause people might feel like saying like yes, it's annoying to ping the Discord, but I don't want to tell them that because it's in chat and whatnot. So it's anonymous, and it's not. I won't be like, if most people are like, yeah, don't fucking ping the Discord when you're going your alt, dude. I'll totally respect that. I just have no idea how people feel about it because I've just always assumed, but I never really asked anyway. So right, for about 10 hours a day, the 5-ish that Evan is live, and then some more afterwards. I tend to put on a Critical Role in the background when Evan's done streaming. Oh, damn, dude. You spend so much time here then. I appreciate it. To make a role for it, and people that want their notifications can take the role. So I know that there's like a lot of servers that do stuff like that. I'm trying to keep our Discord very uncomplicated. Not that that's like, oh my god, it's so complicated. How do I like ping for a role or like react to a role? I get that. The thing is though that a lot of people then like, I feel like get role fatigue and have to like, then it's an ask to get somebody who's already been in the Discord server to do that. And I'm very conscious of that kind of thing. So I try not to get people to like have to like sign up for a role in the future if they want to know. I'd rather just like default it to like ping the Discord when I go live, or regardless of the channel, or don't, you know, kind of thing. And I'm fine not. Like I personally think like it'd be annoying if I pinged the Discord for when I'm going live in the evening. I was part of, dude, I joined this Discord. That's a D&D Twitch podcast Discord a long time ago. And it was some friends that I was making. They were like, oh, you know, come do this like thing with us for D&D. And I like didn't work out, but I had like made friends with them. So I started watching their show a little bit, and I joined the Discord. Every player in that show, there's like 5 or 6 players, and the DM would ping the Discord each like once a day for stuff. And it was the dumbest shit. It wasn't just like, oh, we're live. It's like they'd ping the Discord at everyone with like, yo, I made a Twitter post today that's like, you know, go like it. And I'm like, oh, it's fair if it's like a very important Twitter post, the growth of the show. I click the Twitter post, and it's the dude's fucking like feet up on a couch with like a cup of coffee and like his cat on his lap, and said some shit like winter vibes or whatever. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Muted that shit so hard. Holy the fuck out of here with that. So I'm always very conscious of that shit. In the graveyard, because I'm so non-committal, so I have a little bit extra info in the document. Ooh, and I'm writing graveyard for your stuff too. Just followed your art. You're awesome streamer and generally cool human too. God damn it, Encounters. It means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. That really does mean a lot. It's optional if it's just more for the people that seek it out. It's a role enforcement that's different. Yeah, I guess it's a good point. Oh, okay. Well, that was pretty universal. Okay, well, I was expecting maybe like a 40, 60 or whatever. Okay. All right. Well, I'll ping the Discord when I'm live in the evening then too. Got it. Got it. On it. Yep. Okay. Message received. Lesson learned. I I know now the error of my ways. What I will not ping the Discord for is if I ever go live in Project Evangeline. Oh god, there's so many new people that have no idea what that meme is. It's gonna be... Halloween's gonna be a wild stream this year, you guys. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Halloween's gonna be a wild stream again this year. It's always a little crazy. You guys will be introduced to one of the most ancient TDC memes. Yep, I shall ping for chat. God damn it. P should have its own Discord. It does. When you see my Discord, I don't know if you've ever looked at my messages on the side or whatever, but right here, that's P's Discord. Yep. Look, this is general chat. Just a bunch of a monk of hmms. This is the current general chat in Project Evangeline's Discord. It's a bunch of monk of hmms. 2023. Oh god. Okay. Make a channel for pinging for going live on alts. People can mute that channel if you're already if you're really that worried. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do it so rarely, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should make that more of a thing. So I had to put the Project Evangeline plans on hold for a while. Because of the adventure. And I was going to do it after the adventure, but I think I have a commission list that's 3 months long, so I realized, when am I going to do that now? Shit. Well, I'm sure, I'm counting on some of the clients that have agreed to do stuff backing out. Penguin is a mod? The Train Penguin? Or who? Oh, it's just Penguin's in mods for some reason. Oh, Penguin's in there too? That's hilarious. Yeah. Dealing with one of my tables tonight, Deadwood Covenant. That's pretty cool. They're currently on a limping airship incapable of flight, crossing the ocean between a group of islands. Little do they know, the druid has accidentally gained the interest of the ancient Kraken. Oh shit. That's a vibe right there. That's a vibe. The Kraken encounter at sea. I love doing that shit. It's a good time. It's a good time, man. Should be a banger of a game then. I'll do a little bit of Sage Cloak pattern cloud thingy for this. I think it'll fit. On the PE server. Yeah. I know Penguin's not a mod. Penguin's around for a long time, but no, not a mod. I removed a bunch of mods from people that just haven't been able to come to stream for a long time. And I realized just how few mods than the channel still has. I feel kind of bad. Because the one thing I don't want ever is the mods to feel like they like someone has to be here. I have this terrible feeling in my gut that Thorkin has better things to do and is needs to be practicing stuff, but has an obligation for being, or feels an obligation for being here because there's no other mods. And but would never tell me if that was the case. So I always want to make sure that there's enough mods that the mods don't feel like they have to mods. What's the plan? Kids have Hive exams, so I guess it's also bye. Good luck, Box. Good luck. Wish for her posture, yeah. Hope your exams go well, my friend. Just breathe, relax, you'll do fine. Unless you haven't studied, in which case you are fucked. So that's okay, because you can just try and cheat off the person next to you. No, I'd never recommend doing what I did all through high school. Nah, you got this shit, bro. You got this shit. I actually managed to get an entire cult killed this past Sunday by talking to them about their horse's extended warranty. Oh. Well, that's a reliable way of doing it, I guess. Of dealing with cults. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to think of what the extrapolation is there. Yeah, geez. No, I cheated off my friend Mary, my friend John, my friend Yavuz, like all the way through school. All of it. In math class, I loved math, but I was terrible at studying for exams. Terrible. Do you know how many times I'd forget? And I wasn't, it's not like it was constant, but dude, I'd forget, like I'd be sick for a unit or whatever, and I just oh god, I just get like my friends' worksheets and copy them the day of. Oh my god, I was such a terrible student. I wish I had tried harder. I wish I had, I don't know if I could have tried any harder. It's hard to say in, you know, retrospective whether or not you could have handled the situation better. Something I've realized as the older I've got is like, could I have done anything different there? Really? Could I have reasonably been expected to get anything different done than what my results were? I don't know if I could have done. I probably could have tried harder in school. But then again, if I tried harder in school and spent more time studying, I wouldn't have played so many video games, and thus I wouldn't have am I recording right? It is. Anyway, and thus I wouldn't have, oh, the recording fucked up. I'm so dumb. Hold on. I need to see where this went wrong. One unit miss is all you need to get confused in math. So you know what's actually so funny about that is I missed a unit in basic algebra in grade 7, and I was fucked ever since then for 6 years. For 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all through junior high and high school. I never caught up because I missed that one basic unit in algebra in grade 7. And I was playing catch up the whole time. And I remember I had one of my like math instructors in 10th grade was just like, did you never learn like how to do this? And I was like, no. They're like, yeah, because I was going through your exam. It's almost like you don't know how to do this thing. It's like, yeah, no, I don't know how to do that. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see how badly I messed up the recording here. Just real quick. Okay, so we're full perspective, whatever. Doing stuff, getting the art. Look at her long, pretty hair. Look how damn it, that's where it happened. Right when I extended the piece up. Oh, shit, dude. Damn it. I'm so dumb. Oh, well. What could I have done better, right? What could I have done better? Besides moving that up, I guess. Shit, dude. Ah, man. Play a Bard Lock and I can't get anything lower than 27 on Deception, so I would distract the entire cult by little, and the rest of the party would come up from behind and kill him stealthily. Sure. There you go. Why not? Well, thankfully, in this early stage of a piece, I don't actually have to record almost any of it, because this gets shortened down and collapsed into like 3 seconds. So not the biggest deal. I just am mad because I would prefer to know how to avoid it. So, fuck. That's how I realized a week straight and still can't do complex math unless I add another level. Yeah, I don't know. I spent a lot of time in my sort of high school era working on my art. So it's like, you know, I even had I had this one instructor, and he was my physics teacher. Now I was part of like a Pepega program. I was in it was called, well, we called the GAY program, but it was called the Gifted and Talented Education. So I was a gifted and talented, educated student. But basically people were like, oh, you're in the gay program. Huh, I guess you're gay. And I'm like, well, maybe. Anyway, so we had smaller classes and we knew our instructors more. Rather than having like the 10th grade math teacher, the 11th grade math teacher, and the 12th grade math teacher, we'd have the one math teacher all the way through. So our classes were very small. And so my math and physics teacher, He, in grade 12, he said to me, Evan, you are likely not going to pass this course. And I said, yes, sir, I understand that. He said, but I've noticed something about you, Evan, in all of your exams. What's up, Avail? I've noticed something about you, Evan, in all your exams. You know how to get passing grades on exams. I said, yes, sir. He said, I almost thought that you kind of knew everything, but didn't know everything well enough to like get a passing grade on it. But what I've realized, Evan, you don't know how to do any of it, but you always know how to get 3 out of 5 on a question. I said, yes, sir, that's my superpower. He said, so I know that when you go write your provincials, your diploma exams, I don't really call them in US, I think they're the SATs in the US, but your 12th grade, end of high school, end of the like end game boss mode exams, we call them provincials or diplomas. So when you go write your provincial exam, I know you are going to pass that exam. I said, yes, sir. I said, I know you're going to pass it with about a 60%. I said, yes, sir. He said, so I am willing to give you a passing grade on this course. And all you need to do is sit in the back and draw. Because you're going to art school anyway, right? I said, yes, sir. And he also did say, because I was I was a very good student, I wasn't disruptive, and I was also very enthusiastic about discussions about, you know, math, like the theoretical side of discussing math and physics. I was always a participant and very, you know, I contributed to that. And he was like, so keep contributing to the discussions, learn from the class, and, you know, get what you want out of it. But when everyone else sits down to do their like past, like second half of the class after the lecture work, you can just sketch. And I'll pass you because you're going to art school anyway. And how much do you need to pass for art school? I said 55. He said, okay, I'll make sure you get a 55 in this class. So I sacrificed a lot to, could I have been a better student and tried to pass? Probably. I think I had some learning challenges, maybe. So I don't know if I could have done more, but yeah, what a great teacher, man. You know? What a horrendously undervalued thing to do, I guess. Not that that's a good idea. Don't listen to shit. For the lock part of the Bard lock, I'm playing one of the subclasses I created for my game, Eternity Eclipse. That's cool. It's every day going to hang out with friends and play some MTG Commander EDH thingy. Ooh, Garthen. That's cool, dude. That's actually pretty rad. I haven't played EDH in a long time, man. Nor I played with people. The only EDH I've played is with Ella. I did want to play some EDH with Blaze, but the mod said no. When we're up there, if you and Blaze so much as bring out a magic deck, I am quitting being a moderator. And I said, no, Cobalt, no. He said, yep, I'm doing it. Guapo and I, we're going, man. We're leaving. I said, oh, shit, okay. I'm sorry, Blaze. We can't play any Magic the Gathering. Blaze said, damn it. So... yeah, the last opportunity I would have had, did not get, unfortunately. SATs are not necessarily for finishing high school. We use them as college placement exams. I don't know if that changed since COVID. I mean, it's the same thing here, right? You know, basically. Your overall grade is used for... so wait, does your SAT score then... so when you're going and applying to university, do you only use... your SAT score, or do you use your course grade plus SAT? Like, how does that work? So can you basically fail out of your entire 12th grade classes but just get a good SAT score and be cruising? Is that how it works in America or other places that have similar? Because here, your like overall grade, the grade that you used to apply in Canada, is a combination of 50% of your course and 50% of your diploma, and then those two numbers you then apply to university with. High SAT score and high grades. Wait, what? May look at your GPA and SAT. Oh, so it does. So basically they don't combine to one number, but your GPA being a question mark because no one knows how GPAs work, plus your SAT are two different stats that they use to then determine whether or not you get admission. Interesting. Course grade average over 4 years of high school. They go back in time. And is that standard? Because the only times that we ever heard about people having to, like, in grade 10, you could basically be a fuck up if you wanted to. But if you were in like 10th grade, you could get whatever courses you want, 11th and 12th. Then that was like who asked to. And then in 12th grade, since 50% of your grade goes towards your application, 12th grade is what mattered. But the only time where universities actually looked at your 10th or 11th grade is if you were applying to like big things like med school, even like engineers or lawyers or whatever else, like big technical degrees. They only used your grade 12 score. You never had to give a shit about your 10th or 11th unless you were like basically going to med school in Canada, as far as I knew. To be fair, I only knew one person that went to med school, and he's like a brain surgeon now. Like, I'm not even kidding. He's a neurosurgeon, I believe, and like some director of a program somewhere in some fancy fucking hospital in Canada. Should ask him if he wants to play D&D, actually. I haven't seen some junior high. Sometimes go as far back as 8th grade too. Really? So wait, what do you do? This might, I might, listen, I might be asking a bit of a dark question here. And so please tell me if this is like kind of like Monka dark territory. But if you were a fuck up all the way from 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and then in grade 10, you try to turn your life around when you go to high school. Grade 11 and grade 12, you are stellar. You are a stud, man. And then you try and apply to a school. Are they going to be like, well, like what do you do if you decide if you want to fuck up for these grades and now you're some 10th grade student and you're trying to figure out if you want the motivation to change your life and try hard? Is there like no motivation to start trying hard? You just need to accept that like you already messed up? Is that like a dark fucking, like, is that how it works? Do we just tell like 16-year-olds in grade 10 or 15-year-olds or whatever, sorry kid, you were like too much of a screw up for the last 3 years, so you're just gone, you're just dead? Is that seriously? Thank you, Bites, for the follow. I appreciate that. Provincial is only high school in Ontario, past high school in Ontario. Otherwise, it's average 10, 12th grade plus relevant classes. Oh, then I guess it's provincial, yeah. Right. So what type of school you're going to? Community college, state school, private, etc., Ivy, etc. Wow, so you could really just screw your shit up, like. So grade 7 hits and now your parents are like, you gotta fucking start treating this like you're, I guess, coming from a society, this isn't a jab at America, this is a jab at the Western world, Canada too, coming from a society where at 18 years old you can be convinced to go into debt for literally the rest of your life. That doesn't surprise me that they also can hold you to the standard where if you were a bit of a learning challenge in your junior high days, that in high school your life is over. Your aspirations of going to Ivy League or whatever good school it is. Not to say that I think necessarily that Ivy League or whatever is the only way that you can actually progress in life, but still, if you have aspirations to go down that path, you're basically screwed then. Holy shit, that's dark, man. Good God. Depends on college you're applying to and the classes you end up taking, advanced placement classes. Oh yeah, we had AP and IB classes here too. If you F up early a year, you can use your college essay or teacher recommendation to explain what happened. But does that only go so far? So if you F up through and you get like a stellar recommendation, can you still like go to Harvard or something like that, or Stanford or wherever? Like, can you still make it to the top? with a like, oh man, this kid really pulled himself up by his bootstraps and really got on point in high school, and you know, or are they just like, nah, we'll just take this kid that was always doing it well. Jesus, that's dark, man. Going to art school is like portfolio based, so for the most part, you know what you had to have for art school, for my art school anyway, you had to have a 55% average, or 60. You had to have 55% in each class. I could check this actually. You had to, I think, a 60% overall. So at least 55 in each class, 60% overall and 65% in English. And then after that, it was all portfolio. So, I mean, I wonder, I'm curious. Now, so the school that I went to is now a university. It's no longer college, it's a university. It was always kind of a university LARPing, but it didn't have the accreditation. Alberta University of the Art admissions requirements. Let's see. I'm actually curious. Let's see if it's gone up. Academic requirements. Applicants must meet the below requirements, including the English language proficiency requirements. Ooh. Domestic high school applicants. That's me. Minimum of high school diploma from Canada secondary school. Yoink. 60% in English 30-1 or 65% in English 30-2. I don't know what these two are now. 60 in 3 additional grade 12 courses in fine arts, humanities, or social studies, math, science, or in career and technology. So you can even like completely omit your average now. Wow. A maximum of 3 credits can be CTS and equal to the course. AU Arts will accept the following. So they haven't really changed any of the... Okay, so it's still easy as fuck to go to art school, at least the one I went to academically. So, man, how am I gonna have like kids that need to be like told how to study if I never had to learn that myself? I gotta figure that shit out when they're like 4 or whatever. It's very predatory system they fabricated. Damn. Do you have the scoreboard? What's this? No, I don't know. What's the scoreboard, Thorkin? It's internationally hard, at least partially used, to push people into considering the military to get education or educational opportunities. Well, I think isn't it really hard to get? You mean going into and doing like if I was a kid in the US right now, I'd go and I'd enlist for 4 years, and then I'd do that to get my college. Are you kidding? You spend 4 years in the fucking military going around doing cool shit, and then you get to go to college? That's sick. I'd do that in a heartbeat, man. It's still really hard though if you want to go to like be an officer though, I believe, and go to the officer university. I think this is really hard to get into. But shit, if you just want to go enlist and then like spend 4 years doing shit, like what are we gonna do when you're 18 to 22 anyway? What, watch anime and play World of Warcraft? Shut up, Evan. I know, Evan. Stop making it personal, Evan. You first. Anyway. And then you go to school from 22 to 26. Shit, I'd rather done that. Drake is following America with some of that. 4th to 6th grade. So if you miss up in 4th grade, it holds more weight in 6th grade. Really? For Harvard, you need to be extra perfect, though. I heard recently they increased their acceptance average. Don't know how true that is. Well, I think that the prestige of universities and things like that for technical fields is starting to diminish, but I don't know. This is all new to me. For art school, like what about Emily Carr? Best art school in Canada. I wonder if it's still Emily Carr. Emily Carr, okay. Emily Carr, University of Art plus Design. You know that they're a good university for artists and designers because it's not art and design, it's art plus design with a plus symbol. Admission. Emily Carr, the best art school in Canada, apparently, still. Admissions requirements. Let's see. To qualify for admissions consideration for any of our undergrad programs, you must need to have graduated from grade 12 secondary school, have a minimum overall grade point average of 2.5 C+. Why do we use these fucking numbers? Just say 67%. Okay, so you have to be smarter to go to Emily Carr. And I've completed 5 grade 12 subjects from the BC Ministry approved courses below. Fuck you, BC. I don't want to know nothing about your ministry approved courses. I'm from Alberta. Our approved courses are F-150 and oil. Minimum grade of a C. What the fuck is a C? 67. Cool. 2 grade 12 academic courses. Okay, so you need to be slightly smarter. 67 is C plus for you all. I don't apparently. For Emily Carr, I guess. But remember, it's a real art school because it has the plus in there. See that? Now, to be fair, do they have a good program? View all programs. I'm actually curious because Emily Carr was shit if you want to be a real painter. Undergraduate programs. What do they have? Yeah, like if you wanted to like fucking throw paint at canvases and shit and cry, you go to Emily Carr. But if you wanted to like learn how to actually be a real artist, you go to like ACAD or something. But I wonder if they had like real like a visual communications program. Space. Root your creative perspective and activism. Okay. Painting, photography, industrial design, drawing. Where's their like real art program? Might be no film and screen art. No. Communication design. I think it's communication design. Yeah, it's comm design. This is the real program. So they have a real program in. Cool. All right. Well, maybe I should have gone there. Hard to say, man. I think I'm doing all right. Is it D plus for us, really? These are 70s here. Really? Oh, what is this, Thorkin? Okay. Scoreboard that they would put all the names of people who got an average of 80 plus on a board in order. 90+% got a red name, 95 and perfect attendance got a purple name, and heard they removed it though. It was the best part of high school. Oh, we didn't have any sort of scoreboard like that. So in high school we had this anonymous grades. Okay, so whenever you finish a test, they had this little piece of paper up, and it would have like the whole list of names, but it wouldn't have names. It would have like numbers, right? And then it would have your grade. It'd have your grade on the test. So you got like a 50% on the test, and then you got like a 2% in the course, right? And they were like, oh, we use student numbers to keep it anonymous. Except the student numbers were alphabetical, and the same 20 kids were in the classroom for, 4 or 5 years together. 6 for some of us. So basically you knew exactly where certain people were, So I'd be like, yo, what'd I get on the test? Oh, bro, you got a 50. You only got a 2% in the course now. Shit, man, you gotta try harder. So yeah, no, you weren't allowed to have names posted, Thorkin, because that was considered toxic and competitive. So would have died if I had a 50. I mean, I could check my high school transcripts. I did really well in some courses. I did not do well in most of my courses, though. I will say, though, Thorkin, I took in junior high, I took art every single semester, and one semester I took it twice. So I had 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, I know I had 8. I had 8 art courses because I convinced the principal to let me take, instead of art as one option, because your options rotated they flipped on different days. So one day you had art, the next day you had home ec or whatever. But I really in grade 9 I didn't want to take any of the options, so I had this stupid idea that I'd ask my principal if I could take art twice. So I'd take art on A days and art on B days. So I was in art literally twice, like every single day, and she let me do it for grade 9. So I was in 4 art classes in there. So. And I got 100%, a full perfect score, 100% in art every single year through junior high. Now in high school, my art teacher was not pleased with me. She did not like me, mostly because I drew a dragon. And I told the story before, maybe people are new. I'll TLDR it. So I did in high school, we had a final art project for our last semester in the last year of the last high school. And the project was basically spend the entire semester making one painting. And so this is a big like 4x6 painting or whatever. Like it's a pretty big painting, but I drew a dragon, or I painted a dragon. This is my gigantic high school art project. And she told me specifically that I had a lot of potential, but I was wasting it because no one would actually pay me to draw a dragon. And if I wanted to make a living as an artist, I had to make a living doing things that people wanted from me. So when I see somebody comment something to me on a video, like me complaining about I made a video a little while ago, but me not complaining, just memeing. I was memeing about how at the expo, people only wanted me to sell, like only wanted fan art. They didn't want to buy my original art, and people did buy my original art. People actually bought a dragon I made quite a bit. I made the meme that nobody wanted to buy my art, but they only wanted to buy fan art. Because I told the story of one person was just what said to me, summarize the video. One person said to me, "Wow, you're so good. I don't get it. Why don't you make any art anyone wants to, why don't you make art that anybody wants?" And what she meant to say is, why aren't you doing fan art that people are actually going to buy? Fair enough. Kind of a bitchy thing to say, but it was funny. She didn't realize she was being rude when she said it. She was just being very blunt. And it was funny. It was cute. And I remember somebody on the video said, "Look, man, hey, if you want to sell art at conventions, you have to make art people are going to buy." And I remembered right then and there the conversation I had with that instructor in high school, where she said, "Evan, if you want to sell art, you have to make art of things people are going to want to buy. So no dragons." And now I remember that when people say, "Evan, if you want to sell art, you have to make fan art people want to buy." I'm like, you're the same person as my art teacher in high school. You're just telling me to draw fan art instead of my original art. You're telling me to draw, instead of her telling me to draw like buildings and grain elevators and shit, instead of dragons, you're telling me to draw Freerun and Critical Role instead of original art. So, I've been through this. And I do think some people are very damaged by that. Like, you hear a lot of artists will have that story, and they'll make this big emotional thing. They'll be like, "Look at where I am. Look at how powerful I am." I'm a fucking loser nobody in the internet. I 100% get that, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to have you guys hanging out with me while I make my loser nobody art, because y'all are inspiring to me. But it's not a big emotional thing where I am crying about how I'm proud of myself for making a career of myself as an artist. It's more just funny. But now it's funny that people are doing the same thing with fan art, where they'll say the same sort of thing, like, you have to, if you want people to buy your art, Evan, you gotta make art people care about, like Shadowheart. And I still refuse. Let's go. Our teacher went to college with Jeff Easley and played TTRPGs with us. That's cool. That's actually rad. So that's fucking cool. Holy shit. Is it okay if I DM you about a com on Discord? Not for now, but to know how much it costs. Sure. Yeah, for sure. I have about a 3-month wait period, but also Ember's Tale, I can't guarantee like a price point, because like since I agreed to do this commission a couple weeks ago right here, like I've increased my price point because at like twice, like in 2 small jumps. So if you ask me right now and I quote you for a time in like July, let's just say, and you're like, "Cool, thanks for that," and then you come back and you ask me in August, it might be different. So I can absolutely chat with you. I'd love to chat. I'd be honored to do a commission for you. I'd be honored to draw a character for you. But if you're just looking for price point, I can't guarantee. People have sometimes, and I say this only because people have sometimes asked me at like early part of the year, "Hey, what's this going to cost me?" And then they'll ask me in like October, like, "Hey, is it okay for us to start this commission? Can I get on the wait list now?" And I'll say something like, "Sure, but just so you know, it's like instead of it being $100, it's gonna be $120." And people get mad at me. So I'm just trying to avoid that, people thinking that I'm just trying to like schmaz or whatever. So yeah. Is there more money in commission than fan art prints? Oh, that's a great question. So I think the ceiling on both are very high. Fan art prints, I think that if you have 100,000 followers on YouTube or whatever, and you do a print of Shadowheart, right, with big old jubblies or some shit that people like to do with Shadowheart, and then you post the video to your 100,000 YouTube subscribers, and you say like, "Hey, it's available in my print store" at the end of the video.
and people are like, cool, I'm gonna go get a print. A certain percentage of your followers will go get that print. So maybe 100 people out of 100,000 will go buy the print. Maybe that's a pretty big number, 1%. But let's just say and let's say that on that print you make $10 per print, right? Well, you just made $1,000. You know, 10 times 100 people buying it. You don't have to do anything. If you don't do your own fulfillment or anything, you just put it up on Redbubble or something like that. Then you just make a print, make a YouTube video, $1,000. But you also people will go to your print store and buy prints over the, you know, course of whatever. And so cool. With commissions, then if your commission is $1,000, well, sure, then you just made the same amount of money. But then you're also missing out on art to sell later on, I guess. And if you go to conventions, you won't get any more sales on that. So it's tough. Both have a really high ceiling. I knew an artist that she got canceled because she did some NFT stuff, not like monkey NFT stuff, like the really degenerate stuff. She just would paint something and people would pay her in Ethereum. So like, whatever. I'm not morally judging her or whatever. The internet did, and I was like, okay, whatever, I don't care. But she would do her commissions. She was part of this thread where a bunch of big artists were being very like transparent about their commission prices because they felt like that like artists needed to know how like a real big boy artist did commission pricing. And her commissions, she revealed that she charged $2,500 for a commission, and she said that she spent about 20 hours on them. So like, yeah, I mean, the ceiling's huge for both. Commissions are more reliable, I guess, and depending on where you are. Fan art print, like, God, I mean, especially if you have like a Patreon or something that you do fan art on, like think of like the Sakimi-chan type people. You know, I don't know, honestly. I don't know what is higher, like what is more accessible. I think if you're a big social media presence, I think doing fan art prints is better. And I think if you're a good artist, I'm not saying that you can't be a good artist for your social media, but if you're a better artist than your social media following would lead people to believe, then commissions are gonna be better, right? But I think it's always good to have a project. Like for me, my commission price is set for me pretty in stone. If somebody tries to negotiate with me, I immediately end the process with them, because if I don't get a commission, I'm super happy to work on Eldara stuff. I'm actually in kind of a little mini panic mode because I've accepted a lot of commissions and I have a lot of stuff to do for my own personal project. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, ultimately I think the best thing to do is to have your own project, to build your own thing, art book, franchise, whatever it is. That's the highest sort of earning potential, I think, for an artist. But commissions versus fan art prints, that's tough. I honestly don't know. I also think that commissions, one of the things that might attract people to it or not, is that you have to talk to people. I know a lot of artists, this isn't like a meme or anything, I'm not trying to like be mean, but a lot of artists aren't very socially comfortable dealing with client work. So they much prefer doing fan art, listing on their print store, and then just fucking off. You know, they don't want to talk to somebody and have to like interact and whatnot. So yeah, I think they're both the same, to be honest. Just what your skill set is, you know? That's interesting. I've never actually thought about that. But yeah, I'm always open for talking about projects. Would you a tattoo design? Would I do a tattoo design for somebody? I mean, I'd have to learn a lot about it because I don't know how to like properly do art for tattoos, which I know is a different thing. But also, in some cases, I'd ask the question why. Because like if you're getting a tattoo artist to do something that's not just like a little symbol or something, but it can be like kind of stylistic, wouldn't you want that tattoo artist to be doing their own kind of like style and design and idea and stuff? Like I'd be open to it. I just don't know enough about the process. So, you know, the only like I don't care what somebody does with the art that I give them for a commission when I present them with art at the end. The only thing is like don't fucking alter it and like mess around with it and shit like that. That's like an obvious thing for artists. And then don't sell it, you know? So that's why if you do a commercial thing for somebody, like not a tattoo, not a DD character, if it's for a book that you're gonna sell, you as the person that's getting the commission, you have to buy that art. You're not buying. So this is something that actually blows people's minds. You're not buying the ownership of art when you commission an artist for it. Yeah, and some people that have small independent projects or whatever are like blown away. They're like, what? But I paid an artist $100 to do the thing. I'm like, yeah, did you sign a contract that said you own the art? They're like, no, I just paid them. Okay, then you don't own the art. Like you can use the art, obviously. You've whatever, but you can't sell the art. And so the only time that I actually will charge more different for somebody is if it's a commercial project. If it's a commercial project, I charge anywhere between double and triple, and then sign whatever contract somebody wants me to sign, and then they own the piece, and there you go. Some people try and like do a royalties thing, which is always a bit messy. It's better if they just sort of like sign the art away or buy the art. So, for a tattoo or something, it's like if you ask me to draw art and then you decide to get it for a tattoo, that'd be fucking rad, Also depends on the amount of comms you take on. If you have a platform to advertise them on, like VGen or Blue Sky or something like that. Yeah, so just so you guys know what like with my recent sort of growth on YouTube and TikTok, I'm getting anywhere between 15 and 30 commission requests a week right now. I'm getting between 15 and 30 commission requests a week, and I'm getting probably 3 a week of people that are willing to pay the price point. Most people, you tell them how much it's going to be. They ask for a full character design, color, whatever, everything. I tell them it's going to be $550, or maybe they want wings and shit. I tell them $600. Most people are like, okay, cool, like I'm good, thanks for letting me know. They're not rude about it. They're just like, okay, cool, like thanks, can't afford that right now, or don't value it, or whatever. Never offended if someone says, yeah, I don't think you're worth that. Like they don't say that, obviously. But if someone just says, okay, cool, and just like ghosts me, like I'm not mad about that. They just decide it wasn't worth it. But of that 10 to 15, probably 1 to 3 actually are, or well, probably like 2 to 3 are actually willing to go through it. And then depending on what I want to do, I might accept or reject the project. So yeah, I mean, definitely if you have a platform for commissions, like it's absolutely huge. But the problem is this, like a commission, when I talk about a full body character commission and do a character that's like full whatever character design like this, and it's in color, it's gonna be like $550, but that's over probably 35 to 40 hours of work. So that's the issue. That's the reason why I'm so expensive. If you're like looking at my work and you're like, dude, that's kind of expensive, why the fuck where do you get off charging for your rate? It's because to get the kind of unique detailing I do, it is hours and hours and hours of not only design work before a project starts, but reading up on characters and that kind of stuff, and then the rendering. You guys have seen the VODs. I'll do like 6 streams for a character. For Azalea's character, I think I did over 6 streams. Well, that's like 30 hours right there of just the rendering. So imagine, obviously I'm working slower on stream, but there is time before that and after that of dealing with the project too. So yeah, I mean it depends on the artist too. But the reason people ask me to do a character for them, because like, can you get great art for like $200 or $300? Of course you could, but no one really does what I do, and I've started to appreciate that more recently and understand it. And so if somebody really wants something from me and they're okay paying the price, that's beautiful. And if they aren't, then I'm not mad about it either, because I've got like Prince and Eldara stuff, and so yeah, I mean commissions are cool. I like doing them quite a bit. I think I have a few more than I should lined up right now, so I'm gonna be having to work some very long hours for another couple of weeks, but that's okay, because it's an unbelievable honor to draw a character for somebody. It's an unbelievable honor, and I mean that. I don't just say it to people. I'll say like, thank you for letting me draw your character, it was an honor. But I really mean it, because this isn't art for some giant studio that they don't care about. This is somebody's fucking D&D character. And as somebody who D&D has meant everything to me at times, I get what a D&D character means. And I get how it's like, you have to hand over your D&D character very like, kind of, like, oh, please don't fuck this up, man, And I get that. I get the faith that somebody has in you, and the request, and the, exactly why it all matters. So, no, I mean, like, I love this shit, dude. There's between buying the art and buying the rights to the art. Think of it like a video game through Steam. You aren't buying the game, you're buying the rights to view the game whenever you want. Yeah. There's probably a lot of overlap there. Someone who can make a lot of money in one can make a lot of money in the other, and vice versa. Right, which is why the question was interesting, Guapo, because I never really thought about it. Because yeah, you're right. I would just assume that like you just choose which one you want to do, more so. I know 3D Modeler charges $1,000 for rights. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like if it's a big NDA project, but also if like Wizards of the Coast or WotC's has a reputation, but let's just say like Legend Story Studio, some game company asks you to draw something for them for some big formal project, like they're not gonna win set you saying it's gonna cost them $2,000 or more. They're not gonna like get squeamish at that. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, cool. So this the art budget for this thing is $100,000. We need 20 pieces of art. That's $2,000 per on average. You know, our big artist over here charges us $5,000. It's fine. We'll get 2 pieces from him. Then we'll have to like maybe some of the newer artists, while we're seeing if they're good to work with, we'll offer them $1,500 or however it works, man. But big studios, and then they say here's the contract. Like, I don't provide contracts for people. Because if somebody says to me, hey, I want to use your art for my TTRPG, do you have a contract, Evan? You want your own contract. Trust me, you want your own contract, you know? But in general, this doesn't come up, by the way. This is a very niche thing. I've never had issues with rights and contracts, distribution, all that kind of stuff. For people, art, it's always fine. You commission an art for somebody, you send them a print, you have a great time, they have their art, they use it however they choose. And I don't mind if you use your art for social media and, you know, some big D&D show or whatever, or your stream. Like, that doesn't matter at all. It's obviously only if you're selling prints of that thing, you know, then that's a problem. But besides that, no, I mean, it's rad. People use the art for all sorts of reasons. Tattoos would just be another one of those or whatever. We'd be willing to do royalty type of plan as contract, though. You'd have full creative control over how the art would look. Honestly curious, because if I would love to talk with you about something like that in the future. So the problem with royalties is that it would have to depend on the size of the project. If somebody is so here, the problem with royalties is if somebody is like a small creator, so you have big GigaChad Evan artist, and you have little Peepo creator, and Peepo's making like their novel, TTRPG, hentai dating sim, right? Whatever it is. Like, I'm very sympathetic and like working with creatives. So if you're like, hey, I want a piece of art that's going to cost you $500, and I need to be able to like sell it. So, okay, great. So that's going to cost you $1,500. You know, $1,500. There you go. And they say, wow, I can't pay $1,500 for that. I could pay $500. Would you consider doing $500 plus, $500 plus royalties? Like, to me, that seems pretty decent, because, like, yeah, if the project goes well, then sure. And if it doesn't go well, it's not a big deal. Some artists would argue, and it's a good argument, that if you say to them, well, okay, let's do the $1,500 now, the full fee, and then if the project's doing well, then you can do royalties. But the problem is that's kind of a thing you have to sign up for. It's like insurance. It's like, well, you believe in the project by saying that the project is going to be in royalties. So if you want to get royalties, like the artist to agree to royalties so you get better art, you have to kind of convince them or sell them on the project's potential. At which point, then if the project's doing incredibly well and you're like, wow, the royalties I'm paying for this person ends up going back to like $5,000 for art, you as the project holder can continue to do that royalty deal with your artist and keep your artist very happy. Or you can say to them, look, man, I don't quite want to pay you $5,000, so I'm willing to up your fee here and buy your stuff for $1,500 each every time now. So it's kind of a difficult thing. Royalties are great. I think they're fine, but there has to be something that, like, if you're going to ask for royalties, you have to present the plan too, I think is really important. If you don't want to pay for the full rate. But no, I'm very positive on that kind of stuff, because I like doing projects and getting stuff off the ground with people. I did a Kickstarter with somebody when I was working at the game store, where basically it was, I wanted to do the project, and I said, hey, if you make your initial investment back, sure, I'd love to get paid. But if you don't make your initial investment on the Kickstarter back, like, don't worry about it. I'll do this work just because we're friends. And obviously that's a terrible idea, and I wouldn't do that unless I was doing work with a very close friend, like I was for this project. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I like it, like how we kind of have to work together on stuff. We have to work together, and so like the thing is that, like, I have to be willing for small creatives to do something like a royalty thing. But also, the royalties have to be a percentage you're willing to pay. And so if you're like, wow, Evan agreed to royalties, and now he's making $6,000 a piece because I'm wildly successful, but I just don't want to give him that money anymore, then it's like, but then, like, the goodwill extended by the artist needs to be met by the creative.
later. And so as long as everybody just like royalties are great because then you can both root for a project together. So I'm totally fine with royalties. I think they're great. Depends on the project though. Sometimes if somebody approaches me with a project, I have no idea who the fuck they are, and they're like, yeah, I want this project done for my thing. Anyway, I'm gonna sell it. I'm likely not going to entertain much of a discussion on royalties because, but people don't like the problem is once you start talking about NDA clients in the kind of realm of money that we're talking, generally the style and type of art that I do isn't what they want. So I don't have a lot of NDA clients. I've only had one major one in the last year, and I wish I could talk about it, but it's NDA, and also the project still isn't out, and my NDA lasts until the Kickstarter starts. And this Kickstarter was supposed to be in December. So I don't know what the fuck to do with it. Yeah. Described to the group as last week as a Timothy Chalamet looking motherfucker. That's funny. Yeah. Soul Conversation is motivating a lot to get started on my art journey. I mean, dude, it's yeah, like making art's awesome. Fuck yeah. Game dev delay is groundbreaking. Well, December was the game dev delay. It's supposed to come out in October. It's supposed to be out while I was in Maui. So I had actually tweets planned with images made when I was in Hawaii with visiting Ella's family. So that while I was there, I could send a tweet and be like, "Look, guys, look the thing I did. Go support it." And then it didn't happen. And I talked to them like, "Oh yeah, we have to delay a little bit more till probably December." And then I messaged them in January. I was like, "Hey, what's the status on this? Like, how you guys doing? Is everything all right?" And just never got answered. So I don't know, man. I don't know. That's well, I don't know what to do about that. That certainly is a pickle, isn't it? A bit of a predicament, as I say. But yeah, I mean, commissions are awesome. I love doing them, but I also have to go through a season of doing them and then I have to stop for a while. So I'm very happy to take commissions right now, but I've been getting a lot of requests recently that I have probably like 15 or 20 DMs across Instagram and TikTok that I have to get back to. Because I'm a bad person, but I probably even won't get to that today. So anyway, every moment I would love to have a chat about something along those lines. Please let me know when, if we can talk, or I do DM how, I don't know how that works. Yeah, sure, for sure we can chat about that. 100%. Look, yeah. All right. Okay, so we did some good work today. Got Nakia a little further down the line. So I hope Mr. Pixel and Wooluna are pleased with the progress of their precious character, because I'm trying to do my absolute best to do some cool designs. So I'll do some designs later on tonight after I haven't looked at this for a while, and probably be able to submit a approval sketch to my lovely clients a little bit later. So maybe working on this tomorrow. I think tomorrow I was gonna do Horizon's concept sketching today. That's what this was supposed to be right here. We're gonna do concept. So tomorrow are going to be an Ancient Runes Day. That's right, Ancient Ruins. So get your spelunking backpacks on, boys and girls. We're going monolith hunting tomorrow. It's going to be rad. I'm really excited about this stream tomorrow, because it's going to be kind of like the old school Friday sketch request days, with that kind of cadence and world building, and be awesome. But it's going to be for stuff for Horizon and Eldara. So it's going to be really fucking cool. All right. Anyway, thanks for chilling with me today. I appreciate you. Oh, I can go full screen now again. I fixed OBS, kind of. This fucking software. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out, say Switchers. Thank you, Encounters. Thanks for coming to the stream, Luna. I appreciate you staying around and your approval. Thanks, Jace. Thanks, you Guapo. Status on the Warlock. This character, you're as I said before, Jace, you are next after this character, so we're getting there, bro. Almost there. Take care, Lobster. Take care, Sleepy. Thanks, guys. Thanks for chilling. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'll be posting a video about Endrick tonight, so if you guys ever want to see me draw a man's, you can on any of the social links that are up there. I'll post them over there in a couple of hours. But until next time, my friends, y'all been lovely. I'll see you later. And until next time, farewell.